Hello, everyone. It is Tuesday, so that means we're streaming. And we are back on schedule. Hold on, let me get the mic closer here. There we go. Hopefully that sounds a little less distant. And, hey, Lale. Hey, Javier. How are you guys doing today? Today, we're going to finish Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm hoping, given how we've been going through the chapters, that we're getting it through in one session. If not, we're pulling over time. We're going to get this done tonight. We're going to go ahead and, like we usually do on the credits, we're going to go ahead and chew on this game, talk about the good, talk about the could-be-betters, and most importantly, we're going to hold it to its comparison to seeing if it really is worthy of the best narrative award that it was given last year for Game of the Year. This didn't win Game of the Year, won Best Narrative of the Year, so let's talk about that. So we're going to mostly put our nose to the grindstone, not really screw around as much as we normally do. We're going to go all in. And first things first, I think we're taking on a space dragon? I don't know. They call it Fing Fang Foom. And now we're on a snow planet.
That's not really how that saying goes.
You want to correct me? Or you want to find Fing Fang Foom and save the galaxy?
I was wondering too, if it would be better to almost make watch-alongs on Saturdays a permanent thing, even if it's not necessarily a recap watch-along. What if we just watch some videos together that are like kind of interesting? I kind of want to throw that out there and then make it kind of a tier privilege to just kind of like suggest direct videos as well. I don't know. I think it might be fun.
After we're done saving the galaxy, people are gonna throw money at us, right? Watch out! This place is falling apart!
We did not come here to be slain by ice and rocks. There is only one noble way to die on Mach 4, like so many of my people before us.
Someone remind Drax we ain't come here to die!
No one's dying! We're taking Foom alive. We're handing him over to Lady Hellbender alive. And we're getting her to help us take on the Church's armada.
So in this plan of ours, the armada part is where we die?
Maybe, but definitely not before that.
Go, team!
Looks like a dead end.
Glorious dead end.
Gotta admit, I kinda love how excited you are about all this.
All right, Drax, let's channel some of that excitement toward this rock.
I think a lot of the strengths of this game so far has been the contextual dialogue. Without a doubt, that's its strongest part.
Bye-bye, galaxy.
You have nothing to fear. They say that his bones cannot be crushed.
See?
Groot says he wants to take it all in. Take your time, buddy. Might be our last chance to take anything in.
Think Foom's in there? If fantasy books taught me anything, it's that dragons love to hang out inside mountains.
Groot wants to know if those books said anything about catching dragons.
I'm sure it had something to do with teamwork and trust.
He can't remember the details because he didn't read the whole
I
thing.
read a lot of different dragon books, okay? And there was always a mountain, and the good guys always win.
Speaking of dragons and mountains, which reminds me of Lord of the Rings, I've been hearing a lot of negative press on
Big scary claws?
what is it, Rings of Power?
People were here.
Didn't we see
Certainly a lot of shifty stuff, like Amazon deleting all the negative reviews and stuff like that. Anyone who like rated it below a 6 was like deleted.
Okay, team. We can't make quick work of this thing, and we got no right going after the Big Bang Boom.
Alright, now let's shoot poison clouds.
Drax! Shut him down! Gamora! Run him through!
Feel this?
We will defeat this beast. We will capture food. It is our destiny.
The stun window's so short.
Anyone else getting major Sector 9 flashbacks?
You remember Stumpy? Get it on his sword! Yeah, Stumpy's cousin here really does need to chill out.
Oh, this has multiple health bars? That's a problem.
Can't figure out how to hurt this one. I'm ready. Just find me an opening.
Blow 'em up! Punch 'em up! Death has come! Death bride!
Like a hot knife.
These things are tanky.
This flatguard's sucking up all my shots!
Help!
Whoa! Bad breath is one thing, but damn.
There we go.
Yes! Now bring on Fin Fang Foom!
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how much bigger and stronger and scarier is Foom gonna be than the thing we just fought?
10,000.
10,000.
No one said this was gonna be easy, Rocket.
Right, but 10,000 times, Quill, Drax is the literal one, remember?
Obviously, our chances of pulling this off suck. A lot. But what chance does the galaxy have if we don't pull it off?
Exactly. We all saw what the church is capable of.
Flark and Hala!
Whoa, get a load of them claw marks.
It's gotta be Fooms, right?
He's even bigger than his legend.
So, yeah. When we find him, let's avoid the claws.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need to cross here too. Just not sure how.
Okay. I'm thinking this is step one of a multi-step solution to get across this chasm.
All right, what are the next steps?
Still working on incoming!
So step 2 of your plan is crushing us all.
I think I see what he's
Whoa.
Yeah.
What was that?
all.
I could clear the rubble from that ledge, Peter Quill. I just need something to throw.
How about Quill? Come on, it's not so bad.
His fleshy frame would make a poor instrument
Uh-oh.
for demolition.
Oh, thank goodness the game fixed it. I was like, I'm stuck in a hole. This is not good.
Final step, Drax. If we can topple some of those rocks, we got ourselves a path.
Glorious!
I swear, I've never seen you in such a good mood.
Because you have never seen me on the Great Hunt before.
What about our quarantine zone mission?
Drax, I know you've been waiting for this a long time. Enjoy it, man.
Thank you, Peter Quill. I must admit that with everything that has happened, I need this.
Yeah, well. Hey, everyone get ready. There's something up ahead.
I feel like the game wants me to stop and hear out every conversation.
Sure sees us, whatever it is.
Great, more Foom food.
Snow slugs.
Do not underestimate anything that survives the perils of this planet.
Good advice. I know I don't say this enough, but I really appreciate you guys.
We have come a long way, Peter Quill, and we are not finished yet.
Watch your back!
It's doing it again. Or I'm hitting the prompt and it's just not working out for me.
No, they don't look like the worms I used to have.
You really can't be.
I'm worried we won't have time to save Mickey.
We don't want to be saved, Quill.
Do your thing, Drax. Deadliest woman
The
incoming.
hunt for Fin Fang Foom continues.
Okay, let's just think things through a moment.
Since when is that a thing we do?
What if we're too late? What if Breaker finishes what he started and the ritual...
Then we're doing all of this for nothing.
Not for nothing. If our final act is to challenge
Too much worrying. Gamora is such a worry wart.
See? More ominous peaks.
This planet's starting to give me the creeps. I keep thinking Foom's gonna claw us from behind.
Fin Fang Foom is a legendary beast. Legendary beasts do not claw from behind.
Maybe not. Smart ones do.
If we fall this day, know that it is said Fin Fang Foom takes special care of the skulls of those he deems worthy.
I don't want Foom playing with my skull.
He will not. He will nail them to his sacred skull throne.
Why would a dragon have a throne? Is it a metaphor?
No, it is a throne. With skulls. Our skulls if we die well.
Clark! Way too close!
They say that Fin Fang Foom uses the planet's treacherous surface to test would-be adversaries.
Careful! That's deadly gas.
Ooh, costume.
Hello? He's an assassin? I bet he's gassed all kinds of famous people.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Uh-huh. Anyway, let's go, Quill. Use them fancy guns of yours to freeze the source. So here's an idea. Why don't we lure Foom into one of these gas caves? Knock him out.
Cowardly. I want full credit for the kill.
Relax. Time, Drax. We're not killing Fin Fang Foom. We're...
Wait. Rocket, are you neck deep in water?
We're about to stare down a legendary dragon with the fate of the entire galaxy at stake. I ain't gonna hold this up.
Wow. I'm impressed. You really conquered the fear.
Yeah, well, it ain't about me no more.
Man, you really gotta be close for that. Was this not the way forward, or was this a side? Okay, I'm about to say.
Need some muscle, Drax.
It would be my pleasure.
Whoa. This looks like something straight out of D&D, honestly.
More critters to add to our collection, boys!
Their numbers do not concern me.
It's a breathing room, Groot!
Surprisingly weak to melee. Good to know.
Freaking nasty.
Oh, he just made the bridge without me telling him.
Initiative.
I was gonna say this. Wow, I said the exact same thing.
Nice! Who won't know what hit him?
You will be more resilient than a boulder, Peter Quill.
I know. I'm just trying to be positive.
Why?
I think it's a team building thing.
Guys, there's so much at stake right now. I mean, if we don't get Lady Hellbender on our side, if we don't find a way to take down Raker and his flarked up church,
We know, Peter.
staying positive, making the most of this adventure, it helps take the edge off by lessening the sense of crushing responsibility we've all taken
Oh,
on here.
interesting.
I will miss your terrible speeches, Peter Quill. Fin Fang Foom devours us all.
I like how he's optimistic on both the situation that we both live and we die. I appreciate that. Don't get his copyright struck. With all that singing. Oh, come on. Whoa, that's a ragdoll. What was that?
Groot, loving the initiative. Nice! Who won't know what hit him?
You will be more resilient than a boulder, Peter Quill.
I know.
Would I really call that a boulder?
Why?
I think it's a team building thing.
We require no further
This place is crumbling
Whoa! Sycamore just disappeared there. Oh, we got left or right options again.
Sharp! Very, very sharp!
This is nothing compared to the legendary teeth and claws of Fin Fang Foom.
You know, I'm gonna
Watch Fin Fang Foom either A, already be dead, or B, just be like
Assuming we
a completely overblown myth.
Peter, look! There's smoke ahead.
Think it's Foom?
More likely it's people.
Great. Maybe they'll know where he is.
Or they'll attack us on sight. I could probably infiltrate the camp, look for weak links, make an example of the right person, bleed them out in front of their crew. The shock of it will cause confusion or maybe even surrender, and we carve through the rest.
Hey, is everything okay? We didn't really talk after your,
The killing my sister thing?
yeah, and other tangential topics.
I'm fine. Ish.
Okay.
Peter, there's a good chance Nikki's already lost.
No, I don't accept that.
And if she is, I know I'll be the one expected to make the hard call.
She's my daughter.
But I'm the killer. We both know that.
It's not gonna come to that.
I mean, are we all kind of killers?
If it's a choice between her and literally everything else, Peter, you'd do
You don't know what
anything
Fin
to
Fang Foom looks like? No, I do
We
not.
both know that
We both.
I don't know anything about the lore. I'm going in completely blind.
To bring my girl home, alive.
I hope you're right.
Pelma Fin Sardut.
I'm not joking when I say I know literally nothing about this IP.
It's Foom!
Yes!
Or just like you fucking rock! Yes! Yeah, Ominous is right!
It's just a rock.
Here goes.
I don't like this!
Exhilarating!
Glorious! Kind of amazing. Also really terrifying.
Wait. Why does this thing have invisible physics on it? I can't walk over this pile of rocks. Okay, interesting choice. When they say purple shorts,
That's gonna hit us!
are they talking about Hulk?
No way through!
Follow me.
Alright, guess we're getting firepower now. Literally.
Oh yeah, I like this one.
Are they gonna explain why we have these weird powers with our guns and why our guns could just morph like that?
See those things in action.
I'm on it.
Plasma shot!
Melt that one too!
That's a charge shot.
I am so jealous right now, Quill.
You should be.
You got a job as a park attendant at Grounds for Sculpture. Job starts tomorrow. Wish me luck. Well, good luck. Hope you learn a lot and have fun.
Smiles upon us this day, my friends.
We just almost got crushed by a giant meteor.
Indeed.
What is that?
Come on, Rocket. We got past your fear of water.
Yeah, but you can't jump in this.
Jump!
It's like this magic mud stuff I used to make as a kid.
There is nothing magical about mud.
You haven't been to the spa in Contraxia.
I have not.
It really strike me as the
Alright, it's not
sparks.
flammable, that's something.
Like I said, magical.
Those are some bones.
Good thing that rock tried to murder us, or we'd have never got Quill's sweet new power. Maybe we should almost kill you more often.
That's not how it works. It's when people I care about are in danger, and then I get this... Step aside, mortals, and allow the Meltinator to do his mighty work.
That's a terrible name.
Huh? Got a better one?
PD Hot Guns.
No!
Captain Fireball.
It's not even a fireball. It's more like a heat block.
Captain Heatclaw.
No, no.
I don't know, Meltinator sounds like it could already be a name. That's a skull of something big. Come visit Grounds for Sculpture sometimes? What is Grounds for Sculpture? Where is that? And what exactly is it?
How did you know your guns would work back there?
They've saved us 3 times already.
I mean, how did you know they'd melt that ice wall?
Oh, I...
So we could have just as easily died horribly.
Yep.
Hey, rather than dying for sure, we almost died. Isn't that better?
At least it ain't quite as cold in this cave. What the flark?
It might be his name. Maybe he's trying to communicate.
Please don't.
Star-Lord! See? Star-Lord!
Oh.
Is it just me, or did he sound a little irritated?
No, there was definitely hatred in that voice.
Ha! Always the charmer, Quill.
What did I do to him?
You think Golden Boy is getting tortured?
Grounds
right
for
now?
Sculpture is an area that has statues based on classic art from the 1830s to 1900s. Oh, interesting.
I think she meant with his
Where is
mouth,
it?
Drax.
That is not an effective means of torture.
Check out these pointy trees.
Don't check them out too closely.
Those are some pointy trees.
Groot says watch out for those plants with all the holes on top.
Yeah. A little bit more warning would have been nice.
Burn, baby, burn! Nice. I ain't ever gonna get tired of that.
Captain Heat Club.
Maclu 4 is beautiful. Its own twisted way.
Hamilton, New Jersey.
Trees are indeed twisted. Well observed.
Groot says
That's
the
like a
plants
half a day
are
drive
all
for me.
mean or stupid. Groot says they've got corrosive spores. Maybe don't get too close.
Or I'll just kill every single one.
With all these exceptional beasts, it's a wonder Lady Hellbender does not move her home here.
Full of cold for Lady Skullsuit.
Drax seems to be doing okay.
The Catathians have adapted to survive long and harsh winters.
And blistering, brutal summers.
No, our summers are quite mild and pleasant.
Groot says those plants deserve it.
I agree. I'm making a point to kill every single one. I know I said I wouldn't be distracted, but this is personal. Oh, costume.
Captain Heatclaw.
Okay, we gotta put that on, Rocket. The sunglasses go on 100%. Not even a question. Why is that graphic so low res though? The preview looks so weird. It was like a stretched JPEG.
He's hiding from us.
Unlike
Nope, still not tired of it.
Oh wait, are these things infinitely regrowing? No, there's just more.
Those things grow in a frozen hellscape. I think they're made of sturdier stuff than that.
I'm gonna kill every single one.
Nope, still not tired of it. Nope, still not tired of it.
Okay, we good? I think we weeded this area. Nope, one more. It's like predator vision.
We've earned a vacation, preferably on a normal planet where nothing's trying to kill us.
With nowhere and Contraxia wrecked, all of our favorite drinking holes are gone.
the Milano is still intact.
Mostly, yeah. Look, Will, it's your new best bud.
I'd say communication has failed.
Another, up there.
Alright, plants a dot. Nice.
Get ready!
Drax, toss it!
A good fight warms the blood.
Added bonus of having been bombed. They ain't that smart if they're fighting us.
No doubt these beasts serve as sustenance for food.
As long as we ain't what feeds them.
This won't hurt much! When did go down permanently?
I am unsure of what you speak, but the Wendigo is dead.
No wonder they're grumpy.
breathing room,
Living on this
Groot.
hunk of ice.
They shall die where they live.
Bam, 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 bam.
When to go home!
When to go home. Hey.
Mark yourself.
A good fight warms the blood.
Or you could try a sweater!
Look at that quick dodge.
Got this one!
This is how it's done!
They remind me of the abominable snowman!
They are indeed abominable.
Set it free!
Incoming attack.
Rip them a new one!
Find another snack.
I think they just want to play! You know, to death!
Nice.
For something so big!
Not fast enough.
Let loose, Rocket! Smoke them, Rocket! Why can't we ever just meet a nice local?
What can I say, Quill? You bring it out in people. Don't expect them to say much more than Wendigo.
Anyone got a carrot in a pipe? Snowman's
Yeesh.
How many
done.
giant
Okay, I'm done.
Hey, what's up, Shadows? How's it going, man?
Wendigo.
Is that really what we're calling them?
That's what they call themselves.
Yelling Wendigo. See?
Sounds like we haven't seen the last of them.
We're playing the new God of War Ragnarok.
Maybe Hellbender will want to add some of those Wendigo to her army.
Assuming they don't hold a grudge.
Hey, they started it.
So much for not holding a grudge.
What do you think, Quill? They still just tried to communicate!
Heads up!
They just turn us into their soup?
Looks more like the dinner plate.
Let's make sure we don't end up on the menu. Oh! Whoa! Did you see that thing?
That thing was freaking nasty!
Oh, careful!
Punch through your enemy like I did.
Actually, how do melees work on this thing? Okay, not that well.
Fire him later! Walk up!
Peter Quill, I have rescued you. This reminds me of our monster hunt in the prohibited area.
Yeah, you think we just turned on a thumper?
Move it! Right in the face! Thing!
The less I have to touch him, the better. This is a bad tactical position.
I have seen your blade overcome worse odds.
I actually saw the Simpsons mod of the God, what was his name? Balder, I think it is, in the first game. Yeah, the Kratos versus Balder fight. I thought that was pretty damn hilarious.
Root, snag 'em! Rocket! Fireworks!
I hope we squash some of these lurkers when we crash!
Maybe that's why they hate us.
Yes, I am enjoying myself. This reminds me of our monster hunt in the prohibited area.
Yeah, you think we just turned on a thumper?
I guess if you get the meter high enough, that's when you can get the stagger kill.
Uh-oh.
He just appeared. Did you see that? He literally just popped into the scene. Oh my gosh.
Make like a tree! Put their lights out!
Face me! Yes! Bring me more!
Don't wear yourself out before the main event, big guy!
Nice to meet you.
Just bullying him at this point.
You can admire him later! Walk up!
I didn't realize he had a stun.
Still hurts from that slide!
Surprised you're not used to it by now. This is a bad tactical position.
I have seen your blade overcome worse odds.
Okay, try to punch him out. Not the best idea. Oh, Gamora actually got knocked out.
It's like the whole planet came out to play!
I got bombs for all! You guys get a load of that wrecked ship?
Perhaps these creatures were once spacefaring. This reminds me of our monster hunt in the prohibited area.
I think you mean the quarantine zone! Smash him up, Drax! Rocket!
We need to stun this guy. This guy has so many health bars.
You can admire him later! Walk
There we go.
With pleasure.
There we go. Oh, never mind.
Their leader. They should leave us alone now.
I don't know if we can heal. I don't have a way to recover. Actually, I probably could have if I went next to her.
This thing has been here for ages. Look, the smoke's
Killing that
coming from
Yeti.
the other side of it.
We're close,
Alright.
but we're gonna need to get up there.
Wow, we actually had a whole bunch of traps that we didn't even use.
Oh, please. It's probably the least dangerous dangerous thing on this planet. It's just a big hunk of scrap.
All right, Groot, give me a boost.
Use the boost to get through.
About yay high.
Yay is not a unit of measurement.
Groot knows what he means.
All right, heads up. I'm gonna drop something down for you guys.
If that was a boss fight, I don't know. That felt like every other Yeti, just he had like 3 times as much health.
Ha! That'll work.
You think those creatures
Hey Nova, how are you?
ship for shelter?
Screw 'em. They're dead.
They say Fin Fang Foom is a foe unlike any one could imagine.
I mean, he's basically a dragon from the fairy tales on Earth. Here, give me a hand.
Is he though?
We don't know the source of that smoke. Or hostiles.
Maybe it's just a nice warm fire and some cigar and spirits.
Ooh, maybe it's a barbecue.
What? Barbecue.
What? You guys have never had barbecue? Charbroiled burgers, grilled steaks, baby back ribs?
Why would you consume the ribs of an infant?
Because they taste delicious in sauce.
Smells.
Bodies. It smells of bodies.
Was all this foom?
Undoubtedly.
They are building a Fin Fang Foom so much. I am now genuinely curious about what it looks like. You know I can cross under their game. Come on. You're not going to give me that? Okay, I have to cross this way.
Up ahead. Looks like there's a survivor. Who goes there?
No head. She has no head.
I believe that repulsive
Whoa.
tentacle orb is her head.
And I can hear you with it.
Are you the only survivor?
Clearly not.
Ruby
Who are you,
Thursday.
meat sacks?
We're here for foom.
Forget what I said. Yeah, I'm the only survivor. Or will be.
I take it you know where we can find him?
Sure, digesting my men back at his roost. Big Eye's obelisk sticking out of the caldera's frozen.
Obelisk. I've always said
Don't
obelisk.
worry, we'll take care of foom.
Sure you will, Terran. Just don't come running back here when he chases you. You've still got some things to pack up.
What is her deal? What is her head?
Sorry about your men.
Dead men collect no paychecks.
You gonna be okay?
I don't need your pity, Terran. I'll head back to Contraxia and lick my wounds.
Ooh, hey, you may not want to do that. Contraxia isn't exactly safe right now.
When is it ever?
Seriously, maybe you should just come with us.
I've been embarrassed enough today without taking help from a stranger. I can look after myself.
Yeah, you're doing such a good job.
When you hear people talking about a promise with a matriarch, just steer clear.
I'll keep that in mind.
I'm guessing that's a cameo that I don't know anything about. I mean, you can add that to the long list of other cameos I don't know anything about here. That reminds me, sometime this month should be when Thor Blood and Thunder is available on Disney Plus, right? I think it's been 45 days, more or less. It's gotta be close.
May as well put it to good use, right?
They ain't using it.
Oh, the sunglasses replaces goggles. I wish he flipped them down, though, like they were actually goggles. I don't like either of these upgrades, but sure.
Here you go. Doing, done.
Wait, what?
So,
Super Quill Punch is a strong melee finisher that grants extra health when landed successfully. So dash, then melee. Okay, so that is the maneuver. If it's a finisher.
Better against
Okay.
Boom than this lot.
I guess we'll test it out. I'm sure there are more skills because I didn't get any sort of unlock for having all 15 skills. So I'll just keep collecting these little
Big
knickknacks.
ice thingy on the frozen sea, eh? You said it, buddy. Sure is a long way down. Another hunt marker?
This one is unclaimed. No doubt it belonged to one of these corpses.
Guess they never got the chance to plan it.
I've appropriated it for our own use. To herald our bravery this day. It shall mark our ultimate conquest, or our glorious defeat.
Foom may be bad news, but he's nothing compared to the fight that comes next.
It shall mark our penultimate conquest.
One conquest at a time.
We have a lot of these shimmying sections, you notice that?
Alright, people, let's catch us a dragon.
Yes, we grow ever closer to our great destiny.
I do hope this is a cool
Ever
fight.
Considering Boom obliterated that camp like it was nothing.
We are not nothing.
I was gonna say, how dare you compare us to
No
that camp?
mountain too high, no valley too low.
Literally, in the case of this place.
Let's sicko.
This is how I die!
Come on! If you forget it's incredibly dangerous, it's actually kind of fun!
Indeed, let's meet our death to be used.
Ow. Everyone likes a slide.
Well, that takes care of the getting down part.
I don't
Alright,
even
poison
wanna
mushrooms.
Think about how we're gonna get back up, or how we're gonna get Boom up there.
Look on the bright side. Maybe dead.
Back on Earth, people would use dog sleds. A whole line of huskies pulling a sled across the ice.
Don't expect me to be the dog.
See? God of War. We're already playing God of War.
Wendigo. And Foom is the sled.
That's the craziest idea I've ever heard.
Costume.
Yeah. I love it.
Catathian Monk? That actually looks pretty cool.
We've still got to patch up the Milano.
She'll be alright. I quill-proof the underbelly after Seknarf. He's got a knack for wrecking stuff.
Don't we all?
Except maybe Groot.
Ooh, I didn't think it could get any colder.
You know, it's days like these I'm glad I installed seat warmers in the Milano.
Up ahead, there's the ice obelisk.
This must be it.
See?
The
Obelisk.
frozen sea.
This is the perfect spot. Here we will challenge the great beast. Fin Fang Foom! Come!
Planted a flag, everyone rally.
What are you doing?
Get your super energy.
Drop on him if he knows we're here.
Also, we're not killing him, remember?
Shout with me. Here we demonstrate our mettle.
Fin Fang Foom! Your end draws near!
Nope, not his end.
Your quill. Go!
Fin Fang Foom, it's nap time!
Rocket, it's your turn.
Did he just say my real name?
Rocket!
Fin Fang Foom! We're gonna decomboggle your flunket scut spigots! You hear me?
He hears you.
You scaly, overgrown Gordlesplode! You fessed lump of Satarkian shrub meat! You don't scare us!
It feels good, does it not?
Yeah! Yeah! It actually does!
And now we disrobe.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Any last Foom stories, Drax?
You say the great beast has one weakness.
Just through here. Be ready for anything.
Oh, I wanted to hear the one weakness.
Possible.
Alright, let's see. We'll see what we're up against. Whatever it is, there's a ton of other bigger things it's killed.
Where is he?
Maybe we spooked him.
Impossible. Fool was born without fear.
You don't know that.
In the cold heart of a dying star.
Dying stars ain't cold.
This one was.
You think his lair's behind that?
Let's find out.
Surprisingly tame design. It actually looks like a semi-normal dragon. I'm actually kind of surprised. Kind of disappointed, actually.
How are we supposed to capture that?
By beating him into submission.
We're gonna have to get through that ice armor first!
Prepare yourself. You face Captain Heat.
Ha! Look at him struggle! He's one of a kind. I'll give him that.
Ha-ha! He is as great as the tales foretold.
Great ain't exactly the word I use.
That's the wrong one. Yeah, Monster Hunter, this isn't. I've seen better designs than Monster Hunter. Just being real.
Today, we earn our place at the top.
As long as we ain't going there anytime.
Not like the comic? Okay. Well, what does it look like in the comic? Is it a giant green and purple, regular looking dragon?
What? Don't be ridiculous!
Yeah, I was expecting shorts.
That's two!
You are the bane of ice, Peter Quill.
See? Bane of Ice isn't such a bad nickname!
Icebane is actually a good name. That's something you would name like a sword. Icebane? Actually, write that down. That's actually a good name.
Nice, Boom! Easy, Boom!
How you like us now?
His opinion does not appear to have improved.
Yeah, I was caught in the geometry.
Well, don't get burned, then.
Ha-ha! He is as great as the tales foretold.
Lady Hellbender likes a present!
I don't know how that hit. I was not even aiming anywhere near that.
You overgrown lizard.
Look at that lazy heat breath right there.
Good thinking. Muscles, get through the head. He thinks you two can refund that rock right into Boom's face.
We are ready, Peter Quill.
I can't believe we're fighting a dragon!
What's wrong, Peter? First time?
Time to shred up!
Get the
Pulverize
point!
them! Time for the big guns!
What's comprehend? Well, everything!
So much for going quietly!
Nice DPS, nice DPS. He has a much more human-like face with purple shorts. He actually has purple shorts? I would prefer that.
Commands the air.
Feel free to give up, Boom!
Go slow, Lady Hellbender! Promise!
Uh-oh, that's bad.
The ice isn't cracking, you
Okay,
baby.
Actually, hold on. Before next DPS phase, I'm gonna use the ultimate. I don't know, like, obviously we're in a boss fight. We should be using our ultimates.
Is he talking to us or through? Hope this makes you square with Hellbender.
Don't fall underfoot!
What's wrong, fool? Ice got your claw?
Come on, Boom! You'll like Sector 9!
Hellbender's got all the minions you can eat.
Oh, nice.
I can't believe we're fighting a
There we go.
It's a truly momentous battle. Suppose we had some fool as I originally suggested.
No quarantine zone, no fine, no church!
Well struck.
You know this is a Square Enix here with all the particle effects. Get him.
He's just stunned by our combined might.
Alright, super.
Victory will soon be ours, my friends, unless they send reinforcements.
If they do, we'll have to move like lightning. Hit them from behind.
Is that how lightning works?
But what if they're too fast? We'll need another plan.
Guys, come on. These goons aren't gonna take us.
I probably should have taken the other side.
better than them. And this is our time
Our time for what?
to prove it. Who's with me?
Did anyone understand that speech?
Alright, that wasn't a good speech. That sucks.
Feel free to give up, Boom.
Yeah, play nice and we'll go easy on you. Are we even making a dent?
Flesh does not dent.
We seem to be making him matter! So that's progress!
That was actually good damage compared to the first one.
Is he talking to us or Boom?
What sucks is that it's supposed to be playing some rock music right now, and it's not. So instead of playing the boss music or the copywritten music, it's playing nothing. Wow.
Watch out for him! Everything!
Great advice, Gamora.
He's coming down hard!
I am pride.
We got this guy figured out already.
I'm ready! Just find me an opening!
What's next, Peter?
Hope this makes you square with Hellbender.
It's better, since we need a favor!
I thought I could slide through that.
Don't get burned.
Yes, it is a space dragon.
I can't believe we're fighting a dragon.
What's wrong, Peter? First time? Head on a swivel!
Up you get, big guy.
Now is our turn to strike.
It's barely a scratch.
Shadows, every time you watch somebody play, it can't be blown away. Yeah, honestly, the production values in this game, if nothing else, the polish is very good. There's a couple of critiques we can make on things like animations or just ways that they draw and some stuff, but overall, everything controls smooth as butter. It's very easy to let them pick up and go. It's surprising and also depressing that, you know, Crystal Dynamics made this so good, and yet at the same time, Square Enix dumped them, sold them down the river.
These grows desperate.
Yeah, and pissed.
And he's bound to get sloppy!
Incoming.
That was not a safe heal.
Care not to burn.
Walk right into that.
You okay?
Quick! While he's stuck in the ice!
Suppose we had so fool as I originally suggested.
Okay, Drax, you get to pick our next money-making scheme.
Let's knock him out cold!
Doesn't look like he's gonna make it easy on us!
Beast is most dangerous when at its most desperate. We must not fail.
They're ready now! Give it all you've got!
I can't believe we're fighting a dragon.
Okay, here we go.
Just like fire with fire.
Now the boss music's back. There we go. Yeah, fortunately they do have a streaming mode where they take all the licensed music out, but I did preview the jukebox of the music that's in there, and dude, like, I love the music selection that they have for this game. Spot on. I recognize like 9 out of 10 tracks. There's only a couple I didn't, but the ones that they picked were absolute bangers. So whoever was in charge of the music curation for this game, fantastic. And even the fake Star-Lord band they made, they actually had some really good songs, quite frankly. So for a fake band, they did pretty good.
No, Lady Helmet. Drax, stop. Guys. Wait, guys, no. Lady Hellbender, we want to.
Also, that's one thing that's weird is that there are some people that have like clearly modeled faces and some faces that are clearly scanned in.
Queen of Seknarf 9, you said you'd hear him out. Promised. Speak. I hope this is the one where you make a good speech.
We screwed up. We conned you, robbed you, killed your baby. We can't take back what we've done. But we want to make it right.
Quill.
You murdered the Dragon Lord of Kakarandara! Ah!
I thought we were trying to knock it out. How do we kill it? It's knocked out. Only Groot has healing powers, and he didn't use that this entire game.
This isn't you.
The eyes on those little land shark things are so creepy.
The two of us together. Lord Foom.
Hey, we want to fight fair and square.
The final harvest begins. Dead worlds.
But
Screaming
only worse with
across
space dragons? I
space.
guess so. He's like, sorry guys, I actually, have,
We must go.
Jedi force healing
Now.
powers. I just can't, I didn't use it for because I was really tired.
Someone needs to take a stand against the church. We could really use some help.
You pay one debt, then create another.
No, though I can kind of see.
Enough. I will gather my forces.
All right, let's go.
mean, she has just as much a stake in this as we do.
Yes! The noble Lady Hellbender shall fight alongside us this day. After we bested Foom the Invincible.
Not so invincible.
Drax's peanut butter and chocolate.
We are on the path to destiny, my friends.
I still can't believe we did it. We did do it, right?
We sure did, and we got Mantis back.
But we lost Warlock. We'll need him to exercise the Magus once we shut down that ritual.
So we bust him out of cult prison. I've done jailbreaks before, we all have.
We still tracking him?
Oh yeah, that thing ain't coming out easy.
Good. Then all we gotta do is get there on time and hope Lady Hellbender does too.
She will. I'm certain of it.
Alright. Let's gear up, people. Tie up any loose ends. Take a pee if you have to, because we're not stopping again.
Hey, Quill. Let me borrow your tunes.
Why?
I need to focus. Come on.
That is the ultimate act of trust.
Do not drop that.
How come he hasn't ported it or backed it up? Come on, man.
Mantis? What happened on the Mantis after we left? Last time we saw you, things looked dire.
It's a long story. We can talk about it after you do like Star Guy says and use the bathroom.
I don't need to.
Alright, but don't say I didn't warn you in church Grandpa makes you do faith crunches.
Wait, Raker's gonna do what?
It depends. But at some point, someone says my name, and then there's a little bit of pee.
Great. I did not want to know that.
Oh yeah, little fuzzy. Maybe the little bit of pee is you.
Nope.
Like I said, we're going for the finale, so we're just gonna jump straight to the next mission.
No, scratch that. Here go the Guardians of the Galaxy.
I'm gonna barf.
Pew, synthwave warp.
And we're back. Deja vu.
Guardians versus the Eternals?
Is it just me or that?
Like I said, I've seen both the Guardians movies. I don't love either of the Guardians movies. I just think they're okay. I really don't love them like a lot of people do.
Lights, kill the engines, and wait for Lady
And the
Hellbender.
Eternals, I think, in my opinion, yeesh, that was loud.
We're sure
In my
she's-
opinion, is the worst Marvel MCU movie.
Queen. She promised to gather her forces.
And how long is that gonna take?
Too long.
No. We can't be too late. We gotta save the galaxy and Nikki. One way or another, we need to get in there and
In
shut
terms of the
down that
MCU, the Guardians will win because they have brand recognition, and the Eternals are so poorly written.
Rocky, what are you doing, man?
We need to get into Sacrosanct to disrupt the ritual, right? We all know we get killed out here. So, I'm gonna make a really loud distraction.
My tunes!
Yeah, I rigged it to blast your scuddy music across all channels, while the church is out looking for
We
the
better get a
source.
really kick-ass music. I kind of do want to play this separately with the licensed music on, because I really want to know what musical selections they made during each of these sequences, because man, some of those songs would have been so perfect for some of these fights or sequences.
We're getting it back as soon as we
With such a robust soundtrack, you have to flex it. Better get that back.
Alright, let's find a place to park.
Look at those movies. Our deception is working.
Don't sound so surprised.
We are so gonna get my music back once this is all done.
Sorry, Quill. Chances are they're gonna blast it to pieces once they pin it down.
Let's make sure this sacrifice counts.
Can we not call it that?
We're just flying casual now, I guess. I like how we have a little camera on our little Walkman.
Why are we whispering, anyways?
You like the banter between the crew in this game? If nothing else,
I know they're out
there's almost nothing but 90% banter in this game. But the good news is 90% of that 90% is actually pretty good banter.
I want to be the one to flark it up if they can hear through. But they can't.
Certainly, if they could hear us.
What?
Morgoth's breath.
I want to say, like, did the dragon just scoop up and save my Walkman?
Hellbender has arrived.
Good thing that dragon's good in space.
Guardians of the
And her, I
Galaxy,
guess.
Stop hiding. The monster lords of Seknarf 9 hunger for battle.
We're not hiding.
We are sneaking.
Because we need to get into Sacrosanct alive.
Then we will slaughter as many as we can out here while you fight your way in. Eat, my children! Crack open their shells and feast upon the sweet meats inside!
This is so metal. Alright, people, let's take advantage of the nice lady's murdering spree. We're busting into Sacrosanct.
That landing bay's our way in, but there's still a lot of pain between here and there.
Maybe we can blow past them.
Risky.
We're taking fire! Spaceships, monsters, fate of the entire galaxy at stake!
We got this, Peter! Or we die trying!
Got a piece of that guy!
Direct hit. Boom.
That's a lot of mines.
He's a proper dogfight.
I think you're finally figuring out how to fly her, Well.
I do not feel the dread in my stomach his piloting ordinarily elicits.
I love the level variety, though. So much creativity in this game. I think that's the part I'm the most impressed by.
That's a hit.
Gotcha!
You get us killed, Quill. I'm gonna kill you. I'm too poor to die, Quill.
Oh, we got fancy final level armor. Cool. I'll take it.
Mantis, you sure you can fly her?
Yes! Sometimes.
Hang on, maybe you should.
To arms! The enemy approaches!
And this just explodes. Okay, I dig the armor. Cool, so that's a free get out of jail, so if we die, he can actually res us. Cool.
Yeah, my tractor's going cold, but in the center off for me. We gotta get out of this hangar.
These space planes are unstable!
We should use that to our advantage!
Know exactly why we're here. Let's hit him until they pause and run.
Okay, where are we going? Where are we going?
Lady Hellbender's entrance was quite the spectacle.
Wish Boom hadn't chopped my tunes.
There we go. Thank you, Rocket.
Comfortable enough with controls.
Whoa! Watch the language!
Alright, doors up. Not good. The thing I like the most about the combat is that it's very reminiscent of Mass Effect. Constantly throwing out like enemy and ally commands. It's really nice. There we go. These guys suck.
Lady Hellbender's entrance was quite the spectacle.
How was she staying astride food without a saddle?
I figure that with those guys, building up the stagger meter as fast as you can and then getting the execution is honestly the best thing. The longer you leave them alive, the worse.
Of course I think we'll win. We're the gardeners, ain't we?
Huh.
Many crackpots to blast.
They are better slain than devoured by maggots.
Hey, Quill, wanna see some fireworks?
What is next, Peter Quill?
I like that we got new suits for this. Feels very final level-y.
I swear I will never set foot in a church after this.
It's like Mass Effect, but what you like is that unlike Mass Effect, you don't spend half the time in cover. That is correct. This is not a cover-based shooter. In fact, not only must you keep moving, the game rewards you for doing so.
He almost kicked our butts when he was all sad and mopey.
This is a very mobile, very close range. Like, just because you have guns, you do way less damage the further you are. They're like submachine guns. You kind of have to be like right up in their face, which I like that it mixes up like the melee's worth using. All the abilities are useful. They make the quicks look very intuitive.
Mantis, no spinning! Why is she spinning?
Spinning's a good trick.
Don't worry about my flying. Just worry about your shooting. You'll meet you people soon.
Already here, Mantis!
Oh, say hi for me.
And the abilities all recharge very quickly, which I appreciate. You can kind of just afford to just start, not necessarily ability spamming, because you have to still, like, assess the situation and use the proper thing. But it goes by very quickly when you're doing the right things. I like it. It feels like you're effectively commanding things.
I kind of want to know how they made so many uniforms in such a short time.
Maybe there's a giant closet on the ship somewhere!
Fight without fear. We have fully embraced the promise.
It's quick, it's responsive, it's fun, it's flashy,
Let's hope Mantis
and it's simple. And I think that's the thing I like about it, is that it's
Door's flawed.
simple but effective.
We need to go that way. See if you can overload it.
I would love to see the terror on our enemies' faces as Fin Fang Foom swoops in to devour them.
They probably look a lot like we did.
Are they still mad at us? Okay, okay, sorry we left such a mess last time we were here. No, we ain't! Ha! Brutify a brute! Blitz him, Rocket! Think you'll tell us where Warlock is?
They are nothing but promise-filled husks.
I kind of want to know how they made so many uniforms in such a short time.
Right? Learn a bit from Sergeant Taylor.
Imagine the havoc Lady Hellbender must be wreaking outside.
Boom's probably crushed half the Armada by now.
We win. We get first dibs on all the salvage, right?
Oh.
We win. We're taking a vacation.
And if you do the combat quick enough, you really don't see the cracks as easily with the dialogue, because if a fight drags on too long, you're gonna hear repeat dialogue, like a lot.
comes the cleaning crew.
The spill is back that way, boys.
I do not believe these people are janitors.
Throw that, Drax! Rush them, Drax!
They made so many uniforms.
You see, like, they're already doing the uniform thing, like, at least once a fight now.
Imagine the havoc Lady Hellbender must be wreaking on.
Get over here. I love that wind ability.
The Armada by now, Drax. Using only
Yeah, they should have just called it, like, magnetism and not wind.
Think they'll tell us where Warlock is?
don't think they're up for much of a chat.
We win! We get first dibs on all the salvage, right?
Lady Hellbender may have an opinion on that.
Send it their way, Drax!
One less cultist to worry about.
The Mars commandment number 1. Thou shalt shout!
That was an exaggerated ragdoll.
You said it, bud.
Will I do a recap of Code Vein?
Everything they got at us.
Eventually, probably.
And we will dodge it.
Still not about a Xenoblade when it comes to repeating dialogue. Hey, that's a whataboutism. I won't have that. But you're right.
This way. Come on.
Star Guy, what does the angry orange light on your controls mean?
Which one?
The one under the tape. Oh, now it's yellow. Now orange again. Yellow.
Just ignore it, Mantis.
Put tape over my warning lights?
They're distracting.
You just lost your tape privileges.
It's my tape.
There we go.
Soon Lady Hellbender will
I do hope that there's a chapter select, though, once you beat the game.
I would love to see
Because if you ever wanted to go back and get all the collectibles, I think it'd be kind of a pain in the butt to force you to do it all from scratch, you know? This looks like a platforming section.
Is this really the safest route?
Lord, no, but safe ain't my top priority right now. Well, I bet you could pull up the rest of them floor panels.
How do I do that?
Did you guys get the radioactive plasma print?
There we go.
This time?
seek cover, Peter Quill. Your feeble body cannot overpower such tremendous gusts.
We ain't going out like this.
Just get behind something.
Come stand in front of me.
Did they turn the song just to hold us back?
Is there treasure up there? There has to be. Which means we have to find out.
What are you doing up there?
Yeah, there is. Secret costume.
Analysis or something.
Peter Quill's mind works in unfathomable ways.
Give me something good.
It does.
And I'm gonna stick with a cool, like bodysuit that I have right now.
Wind shall not break our determination.
It sure is trying.
Defiant.
Oh, I almost recovered from that. Generous checkpoints, though. Look at that. I fell off. Just the smallest penalty of health. Puts me right back where I need to be. So generous. But yeah, I will do Code Vein in time. I have not forgotten about it. What I can say is that the queue is very, very long prior to it. So there is no ETA I can at all confirm. Is that a giant claw? Oh, we're not gonna do a spacewalk? Come on. This might be kind of cool, though. Nice. I like when they do things like that. Death Star Trench Run. That reminds me, let me scan these guys. I never figured out how to effectively fight these guys. Okay, so freezing the shield does work? Okay. The shield guys, in my opinion, were the ones I struggled with the most in this game. I'll be your wingman anytime. There we go. The video stopped on the stream? Uh-oh. Hold on. Let's try this. Alright, that's still bad. Alright, hold on. There we go. Wow, that was so random. Thank you for letting me know. I have no idea. That hasn't happened before. But yeah, whatever it is, just assume that all these guys were actually pretty tough and I was complaining through the fight.
Rocket, can you pop the lock on that door?
Yeah, just let me do it.
Well, that didn't work.
That panel's flarked. But I got a better idea. Hang on. Out of the way! It's rocket time! And that's how it's done!
Excellent work, little fuzzy.
You don't get to call me that.
Heads up! We've got new
Must be you guys still alive? Yeah.
Ah, there we go. Path's this way. Come on.
All right, let's keep moving.
Alternate paths though.
Whoa! Monster down!
Holy stuck.
Guess that one's off to Monster Valhalla.
It was a noble death.
Mantis, how's it going up there?
So many dead. It's always hard to watch. These beasts are very brave.
Hold on, okay? We're making good progress.
You are very brave too.
Thanks. Cross counter.
Looks like it. We need to hurry. No, fighting on the outside of a ship is pretty epic.
The songs they will sing of our exploits.
Got it, one of the gold wacko.
Here's dead!
Crowd control is honestly one of the biggest skills in this game. If you don't crowd control, you're gonna have a bad time.
He wants to know who will plant all these bodies with no dirt out here. I don't get what he's...
He knows we bury our dead.
Oh. All right, let's figure out a way to get through here. We're in a rush, apparently.
Try your blasters, Peter.
Is there a secret over here? There's a secret over there.
Bring us a real challenge. You are boring the Guardians of the Galaxy.
What are you doing, man?
Not making that.
We want more of them to slow us down.
Catathian battle rage will drive
Damn.
us forward with
All right.
renewed vigor.
The rest of us ain't Catathian.
I hate that you can't dash and double jump. It's either dash or double jump. Nope, that's not happening. Alright. That is not the way forward.
Let's keep pushing forward.
Peter Quill, I fear I will not be able to harm your child if she is lost.
Overthinking it.
Let him, you big lug. But what if she don't give us a choice? Not to be insensitive or nothing, but there's something very, very wrong with that kid.
One thing at a time. None of that even matters if we don't get to Warlock.
I'm just saying.
I hear you. We can wait.
More sliding.
Guys, it's not too late to surrender. Damn. Just drop your blasters and we'll call it even, okay? Drop it out of me, guy.
That one's gonna hit hard now. Yeah, we gotta get back hostile. Finish off the creeps.
Meet your maker! Our foes laugh as their shaman compels them!
Really? How did his stun meter go away? What was that?
I don't think this thing's running. Save your nice words for later, Quill.
Not going into the light this time, little buddy.
The flyer's killing the others.
Well, that's Russia, Drax. The blockhead's amping up his buddies. Show him your root! All of you are dead! Newsflash! Sucks in here too!
Can we go back outside now?
This foe will not break!
There we go. Got one down. Alright.
The sorcerer protects the rest!
Put a target on him.
Unnatural! It is acceptable to ask for help, you will!
Oh, I died.
Past time someone got
Thanks,
stabbed.
bud.
Oh, thanks. Oh, so if you fall, Groot spends his ult to auto-revive you. That is legit.
We can never let something like this happen again.
There will always be another war to fight!
These guys are spread out too much.
No, these goons ain't gonna tell us squat. Waste of time.
Everyone but us!
Let's sever his ties that bind.
Oh, let me try the maneuver.
I see him, Groot. Watch out! That
Oh, really? That didn't kill him? Oh my god. Okay. That was such shenanigans. He was alive at like 1 hit point.
probably should have asked if anybody was down here before sliding in.
And they responded. I would have charged them anyway. The hovering shaman is blessing his flock.
Dark's gotta go before we're overrun.
My great strength goes underutilized. With fervor.
Yeah, we gotta get back topside. Finish off the creep. Ain't nothing getting through.
Look, they surrendered.
We made a compelling argument.
And we beat them mercilessly.
Half expecting a monster to come crashing through the wall.
That would be very, very bad. Maybe we should keep moving.
I would like to leave this enclosure. I cannot see the battle.
But I like that the battles like keep you on your toes, you know?
And
You do have to play everybody's strengths. I like that.
Foom holds a grudge.
Everyone plays a role. Feels like a team.
will forever recognize us as his superiors.
The sliding is how you... Yeah, I know. I was gonna say, the sliding and the shimmying. I don't know how much you've seen of this game, but there are many, many, many times you are going through a narrow spot shimmying. The classic Crystal Dynamics load zones. You know how they would do.
Man, I'd love to confiscate this ship. Sure, she's a fixer-upper, but it'd be worth it.
That's one hell of a paint job.
I would miss Cammy.
I think there would be room for her.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, that's bad.
They're built like freaking Terminators.
No, you will be there, Terminators.
Special delivery from Lady X, I guess.
They come with a gift receipt.
I shall break their bones.
Feels like I've been shooting that big bot for hours.
Things built up. We need to really pile it on.
Make them hurt, Gamora.
I'll enjoy this!
There is nothing like the smell of your enemies burning.
Ugh! Smells like something forced of garbage!
Oh, let me try it. Oh, didn't do it.
Are we even putting a dent in this guy?
I did it! Wow, it does drop a lot of health. Not that that mattered, that was the end of the fight.
When they're on fire.
Okay, so the super punch does work, but the super punch does not deal... I don't know, those guys have a lot of health, but...
You think Lady H is gonna turn on us once this is all done?
I've got to give you credit, Peter.
Really?
Your crazy plan is actually working. I never expected Lady Hellbender to show up here.
I wasn't sure we were ever gonna find Foom. Or
I'm gonna
beat
take the credit.
Believe it or not, I do know what I'm doing.
him. Nope, I don't believe it.
Brutal. That was a waste. Okay, there's a sniper that's really annoying. I think there's too many particle effects because the game's starting to chug all of a sudden. Please give me the stun. Yeah, the game's starting to chug for some reason. Too many particle effects. Now we're back to normal. To be honest, though, that's the first time I've ever seen a performance dip. The entire time, this journey's been pretty smooth as butter.
I believe this is yours, Star-Lord.
Oh, she's being nice about it. Though her throw could have been a little nicer. Pose for the camera. What am I playing this on? This is on a Series X. Playing it through Game Pass.
Are you gonna be okay?
If he's emoting on his face right now, then I can't see it.
So,
Metal?
yeah.
To be honest, posing with your music in front of a space dragon while stuff's exploding
Glad you got your
on a
music back.
city made of gold and metal, that is actually pretty metal.
Space.
Hey, it worked, didn't it? No harm done.
Psychological harm was done.
Oh.
I hate these things. Not even
Also, don't forget that Streamlabs has crashed before, and I think that could also be part of it too.
some people.
Keep thinking and flaring, Crack. I'm coming. Keep it breathing, Earth. Slice and dice.
Put him down before I carve out your eyeball!
I relish the idea of conquering the dastardly device.
I see it!
There goes the arm.
Toss him around. Make your peace.
They're
Throw
trying to
that,
stop
Drax!
us! We need to get back out there!
You're gonna fail. Let's make quick work of them.
Oops, wrong one. There we go. I do like how Drax just teleports, but I always just assume that that's in canon one of Drax's abilities.
Send it their way, Drax.
Guys, what do we do about this big boss?
The contraption cannot predict our merciless unity.
Slow him down.
Can I...
This has got my name
No.
on it.
Can I...
Proper.
No.
I said
Keep... Okay, that was just its first... First health bar.
Ranker's
I
congregation
thought I
just
was
lost
done
a
for.
member.
Is
Don't
that what
make
they
fun
call
of
a
that,
spiritual
guy.
experience?
I keep forgetting to paint a heat dot on this thing, because it really does melt through its health a lot.
that giant robot can take a lot of pain.
I just want to look at its health real fast. How much does a single dot do? Okay, it actually doesn't last that long, but it's still pretty fair.
Looks like even she's got her limits. We should switch to the
Thanks,
hard
Peter.
stuff.
That's why I'm here. You really think those things have people in them?
It wouldn't be the weirdest thing we've seen.
They're creepy either way. Come on, we gotta go topside again to reach Warlock.
Leave this to me.
Oh, I have a collectible somewhere.
We survived this. We should invite Lady Hellbender to join the team.
There ain't no room for her on the ship. She's like 3 quills high.
1.5 quills at best.
Her armor alone must weigh 6 quills.
You know what? Let's vote on it. Do we invite Lady Leotard? No.
Yes.
No.
Peter Quill, Groot, your votes.
I'm gonna say no.
Probably still wants to murder me, so I'm gonna be a no.
In her defense,
Yeah, I don't have any love for Lady Hellbender.
Groot's a no, too.
The voters have decided. I have been overruled.
Hey, it's okay. Team decision. It's the one we're the most happy with. I was about to say, like, that's a lot of dudes.
Now that was unexpected.
Fortune favors us. We were not sucked into the lethal void.
Unless Raker shuts off the gravity.
Just have to hope he's too busy with the ritual to think of it. Are we sure?
So what
Warlock's
is
all the
Adam
way over
Warlock's
on the other
big deal?
side?
Like, why is he a
As long
big
as we
deal?
keep moving forward, we're going the right way.
Someone give me like a really quick 1 minute description of why Adam Warlock is a big deal.
Correction. I will see you tough. The rest of you will see whatever heathen paradises you believe.
Oh, that's a
I will ask
collectible.
if there is room for you in mine.
Where are you going, Quill?
Just following my gut on something.
Perhaps Lady Hellbender will join us in our final battle against the Magus.
Something tells me she's got her hands full.
They are large hands.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, come on, Peter.
Any one of you can stand alongside the greatest in my people.
Thank you.
That's nice to hear.
Alright, give me a cool costume.
Clark is he going?
It's called scouting.
That's actually a cool costume. Alright, I'll
Lady
take that.
Hellbender didn't have this kind of army to back us during the Galactic War.
She's building her legacy. We are fortunate to have her now.
Yeah, let's stay on her good side.
Sorry, people, but I gotta.
This is a legendary moment. Rhapsodists will sing of this generations from now.
Don't say you gotta pee. I told you before we left to pee. Hold it in. Or pee in your suit. Probably has a function for that. Okay, that's a lot of guys. I was gonna say, they're all standing next to each other. I could AoE all of them. Is that Cosmo?
Cosmo, is that you in there?
Da, spasiba, Guardian of Galaxies, for helping Cosmo shake away promise. He is no longer chasing stick that is snake. And look, Cosmo is bringing nowhere.
Yeah, we noticed.
And family. Say privet, my pops.
It's good to have you back, buddy.
Ha! Cosmo is very much like filthy flea.
So I guess you could fail that. You could fail to bring back Cosmo.
He is biting on your ass.
It's good to know that a giant
He's such a good boy.
celestial head is
Cosmo
working, I
is
guess.
best of boys. Now we give these brain fleas the bites they deserve. Attack!
This is a giant floating space head. I'm not gonna lie though, I think we could have been okay in that giant ass fight.
Sweet. And that dog has his paw on the nuke button. I'm gonna have to be nicer to him.
Could have taken him.
We should keep moving.
We are moving.
Well, we should be doing it faster.
Once we get inside that rock, chances are we're gonna have to go toe to toe with the Grand Unifier again.
And where did they get all this gold
Stomp
from?
on his toes.
I've only got one of his arms. I'm dying to complete my collection.
Wait, what's that?
Not this time, you didn't. Be careful on the slide.
Wait, what?
This is a very dark slide.
Give him a minute. He just flew through space.
Keep your bits tucked in.
Which bits?
All of them.
I don't like this.
Accelerating!
Of course you think it's fun.
Watch out for debris.
It is a good thing my skin is so resistant.
Oh,
I don't tear my
Oh, that's not fair. Jumping over a rock means I hit the rock? Come on, man. That's not cool. Oh, yeesh.
Woo! That happened.
Yes, it did.
Whoa, the tracker's signal is way stronger in here. We're getting close.
We're here for Adam Warlock. Just bring him to us.
Dude's over there, dude's over there.
Hey, listen.
Moves away, Rocket!
Dude's over here.
Going to unleash a whole lot of Spartoid pain on that galactic sphincter. Let's see that sword!
Our opponents do not hold back.
Ain't nothing more invigorating than putting down some blasphemers. Right, you scut? Somebody needs to plug that tracker from Warlock's cheeks. Those things ain't cheap.
Not it! Root, you're up! Wreck 'em, Drax!
This is gonna be our last chance to take down Magus. All or nothing.
Magus will regret its trespass.
Can't tell if they feel pain, but I know when they feel dead. What's next, Peter?
That was actually a good line. I don't know if they feel pain, but I know they feel dead.
You attempt to reason with them as well.
Won't work. Just put 'em
Bam.
down.
Okay, I want to do the thing. Ah! Targeted the wrong guy.
We are lucky that Mantis can read the future.
She's the master. Right place, right time.
Yeah, you killed him. The weirdo deserved it.
So he has the keep of the Green Infinity Stone. So that's the Time Stone, I believe, because I know in the MCU they gave that to Doctor Strange. But in this one, he has like the Soul Stone,
Let's keep pushing.
which is
Signal's
yellow.
Pinging from deeper in the mines.
Interesting. Okay.
Hard to believe this whole church sprung up from a bunch of miners.
Wish they'd stuck to digging. Do we trust Lady Aesop to stab us in the back?
No way! She even gave me back my music! Drax, toss it!
Feel my wrath.
Somebody's still digging down here!
I'm betting they use these precious metals for the faith tech. The
Oh, that's a big boy.
Great Gold as a Damas don't come cheap.
Hit it well. The assassin is in
We
trouble.
had a way to take some of this ore with us.
Ain't nobody trading that stud once the church is gone. Too risky.
Can't even scratch that thing.
He can't get us all. Come on, guys. Let's mob the lot.
They fight with renewed vigor.
Ain't nothing more invigorating than putting down some blasphemers. Right, you scut, you bags. Can't wait to empty my
Down I go. There we go.
face. If it has one.
It's gonna get plenty of stuff.
We need to get out of here. This is a bad spot.
You're on your own. Time to make a mess. You're right, buddy. We should all beat on drilling. No, I don't think there's plants in Lady Ace's army. She brought the fauna, not the flora.
We've got to apply more pressure.
Oh, this guy's really annoying.
That's what the rock attack is!
Hit it well. Unleash me.
Need some breathing room, Groot!
How would we even know the fulfillment has begun?
Pretty sure Magus is gonna devour.
There we go.
Groot!
On it!
We're barely scratching the big
Ah!
thing.
The
Hey!
mechanical beast is running out of limbs.
Laws of acquirement in open space. If you're attacked under
Big
the hood,
boys.
you have the right to claim the battle spoils.
We have
Oh my goodness.
Provoked us first, lots of times. Hey, Quill, wanna see some fireworks? Yo!
What's next, Peter?
Feels like I've been shooting that big butt for hours. It is.
Flashbang through the door.
If we don't stop Magus this time, it's all over!
Magus will regret its trespass. Our opponents do not hold back.
They don't want to disappoint Monster Daddy.
Release her at once, or face the destroyer. Another promise destroyed.
Sit tight, Gamora.
The gargantuan droid is also a sizable threat. Prepare yourself. I fear we would be lost without the insect woman.
Mantis would make a great guardian! Just saying!
When Disney rebooted Marvel, they changed the color of all the stones. Oh, they did? Oh, I didn't even know that. So in the comics, the Soul Stone is green. Interesting. I did not know that.
Cynthia, we're barely denting this thing.
Great idea, bud.
Headshot.
Pull this off. We should come back here and fill up our cargo hold.
Sell the ore on the black market? Payment for a job well done?
Seems fair to me.
Well, we ain't making that jump.
Peter's got this.
He does?
Peter Quill possesses the magical weapons.
I just had a great idea on how to keep Breaker distracted.
We are safety inspectors. Present your documents and we will judge their accuracy.
Drax, you gotta do it fast. Like so. Safety inspection! Blam! You failed!
Too easy!
That should have been my kill. Come on. So crazy.
Failed your safety inspection.
I was immediately going to ask, okay, well, what else did Disney change? But I realized that the answer to that question, you'd probably get a shorter reply saying what they actually did that was lore accurate.
You know what to do, Quill.
Let's be for real. I think saying lore accurate is probably one of my new favorite things.
Unless he ditched the tracker, yeah.
I don't think he'd do that if he found it. He'd know we're on our way.
I don't think we even have any upgrades.
All right, Rocket, let's prep for the big game.
Let's do it smart. This may be the last chance we get.
Ooh, is this a point of no return?
Okay, I think I'm ready to end this.
You and me both.
Okay, if that's the case, real fast, we're going to take a quick pause break. I'm going to grab some water. Sounds like we got a point of no return coming up. Always exciting. And thank you, Knight, for subbing to the channel. I appreciate you. Hopefully we can catch you on some of the watch-along streams. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Disney ruins everything? Let's not be so dramatic. They just ruin many things. But not everything.
Okay, lesson learned. Not gonna check in with her again.
Yeah, you really don't want to get distracted in there.
What
Damn it, Adam Warlock. So useless.
Hey, look, they get the Adam Warlock channel all the way out here.
Speaking of Goldilocks, he should be right on the other side of that giant murder bot army.
Oh, that's a lot.
Gotta be kidding.
They've got it locked down with a faith shield. Think we can unplug it like we did on Nowhere?
It's worth a shot.
Aggression by the Universal Church of Truth
cannot be tolerated.
Lethal force has been authorized.
Surrender will not be considered.
Holy Scott, they came back.
Of course they did. Give him hell, World Mind.
Oh.
Of the galaxy
I'm surprised. The hell?
Evacuate this vessel
before we fire upon it.
Hold that thought. Adam Warlock's on this ship.
Incorrect. Adam Warlock
perished in the Galactic War.
He's here, alive. He is still alive, right?
The Church abducted the Golden God. We intend to free him.
You said it yourself. Adam Warlock is the only one with the potential to stop this.
Very well. We will focus on
Surprisingly easy to convince this supercomputer.
act with haste.
Guardians.
We, hit a little bit of a roadblock.
Step forward
And witness the full destructive potential
of the Nova Force.
Oh, they can shoot lasers through the TV. That's pretty cool.
Clark, yeah.
Oh, we still have to go through all those things, though? Oh my goodness.
The World Mind is a powerful.
Oh, that's cool. Hold on. Adam controls all the stones Thanos does at one point. So all but the black one, which is only ever controlled by Deadpool. So Deadpool has a custom black Infinity Stone?
Put them down fast! Don't let them regroup!
Feel free to put a couple of decent breathing room through.
Oh, okay, so they're all weakened. Okay, cool. I can live with this. Yeah, they're all one-shot.
Let's hope the blueprints for making them burns with the rest of this place!
One shot, he's one shot. On the stairs, on the stairs. We gotta do MLG callouts.
Sorry, bud. I don't think the World Mind's gonna share Nova Cortex much.
It's alive! Or, I mean, it was.
We kicked its fucking rogue butt!
I'm satisfied watching them all fry.
No doubt Raker's heard about the assault! He'll be trying to
Did I really not hit that?
Came from outer space and died.
That was a little less epic when none of them were actively attacking me.
galactic law.
Jeez, remind me to never piss off Nova Corps. Correction, remind me to stop pissing off Nova Corps.
I really do wonder what that fight would have been like if those story choices had been different. They did a good job of making me feel like there was a return on that. Again, very Mass Effect-y. Oh, and speaking of Mass Effect, Shadows, was talking, when you said earlier about cover-based shooter, think of Mass Effect Andromeda. Mass Effect Andromeda was very fast-paced.
Colonists ride down to Gold Cheeks. Make sure you grab on good. The drone, not the cheeks.
Heh. Also, I'll be in town next week, by the way.
Finally come to confront the captive, castigate him for how far he's fallen.
Shut your mouth for once. Clear shot. Don't.
We can't risk a fight from up here.
You show up on the very
How does he
eve
not
of
hear
our
us?
ascension. To what? Take everything from us once again?
Me?
What are these red
Tell
cubes?
me what I ever took.
My faith! And not just mine. You abandoned your flock. The very church you helped me build. You let us believe our God was dead. And with you, any hope of restoring those we lost.
Never played any Andromeda. For all the shit Andromeda gets, the one thing that it did right was combat. Combat was so good.
My mistakes were many, but your mania is not among them.
Enough! Enough of this! The true divine vessel awaits. You're nothing but a husk. A faded shadow. But even you will feel the light.
Hear me. Halt this horror.
Shoot him. Shoot him in the back right now. Don't shout. We're here to save you.
Guardians, breach my bindings. Even now, Raker readies his restoration ritual.
Rocket, can you bust him out?
If I gotta.
Let me guess. Raker's power proved more pernicious than predicted?
There's little point pondering possibilities past, daughter of Thanos. Soon feverous faith will flood Raker's fledgling and feed the fiend within.
Not gonna happen. We're gonna shut it down together. Right?
Right.
That was easy.
Okay, let's go, people.
Come! Time dwindles as we dawdle. I could put him back up there.
You could? Oh.
If Magus finds
Why would he fake his death, by the way?
Cravings will consume all of creation.
Unless you eat Magus first.
A severe simplification. We must excise the entity gripping the girl.
But how much of Nikki will remain?
If her light lives, it lingers lost, dissolving in a dream discarded.
Drax completely bought into the promise, and we got him out.
I would have remained with the ghosts of my family, had you not.
Magus kept the Catathian killer.
Well,
Ah, I hate it when that happens. When you get too close and they just cut off the conversation. Sometimes they overwrite this game. He still hasn't replaced his arm. You know, Soulstone abilities seem kind of inconsistent.
You made it just in time for the miracle.
Grand Unifier, I trust you can hold them to bear witness.
Absolutely, that's the plan. I'll be coming in roughly, I think, like Wednesday night. Yeah, like Thursday or Friday, absolutely. She's got the new Meta 2 controllers. She's logging into Facebook right now. Oh, there goes that. Bye, supercomputer. Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. Nobody gets away.
My lady, push through your pain! Fulfill the promise!
Monster!
Where good? I will skin you!
See if you can.
Just be nice, my gun's gaining a new ability right now.
Peter! Peter! We can save her!
Find the source of Corell's voice.
Can you hear me? She needs your help, Peter.
Oh. The soul stone in her hand, of course.
Dad! Come on, get up! We don't have much time. We need to get everything ready. Mom will be home soon. Come on, get up!
Nikki, what?
Hopefully you don't have to kill her.
No wonder she wants this so bad. We look so happy.
I never understood the appeal of picking up things and flipping them around.
I'll get back to you soon, girl. We just gotta save the galaxy first.
We have to guard the galaxy.
Shoddy knockoff. Stitching's all loose. Can't believe I didn't see through it last time. This is so weird. How do I get Nikki to see it?
Ah.
You stay here. I'll holler if I need you.
Finally! I need your help. Mom will be home for lunch soon and I want everything to be perfect.
Nikki.
For her birthday. That's today. Did you forget again?
We gotta cut straight to the chase.
None of this is real.
Are you kidding? Dad! You promised you'd help me surprise Mom for her birthday.
No, I didn't.
Yes? You said you'd help fix the holo projector, and the cake still needs candles, and I can't find the present we got her.
Oh, come on, Nikki. None of this seems oddly familiar to you?
Oh no, I ordered it from the bakery planet.
Okay, that part was always weird.
No! I baked it! Okay, that just leaves the present and projector.
Wonder how great you'll think I am after I destroy this nightmare.
Alright, I get the feeling this is gonna be another puzzle.
Corral. Wish you were here right now. I kinda need your help. Okay.
We'll play along for now.
Nick, what if I told you none of this is real?
Obviously not. It's not focused right or something. Can you refocus it?
Yeah, okay. That's still pretty cool.
It turned out so good. I was sure I messed part of it up.
Speaking of messed up...
Yeah. It's hollow, and the star system around it, and I think I got all the moons.
It's beautiful, Nikki.
Just need Mom's present now. I think it's somewhere in my room.
I was hoping they'd do another level like they did with this and the flashback level, where the solution of the level itself is just not immediately obvious.
Happy birthday, love, Nikki and Peter.
I'm hoping this is another time like that.
Did you find it?
Yes.
Okay, put it with the others.
Throw it out the window.
Put it on the table.
Does anything I say here actually matter?
We got it. On Nowhere. Remember that artist's alley we went to and the painting she really liked? Of Krelar?
Guess that answers my question. Any chance we can talk now?
I don't think so. How does it look?
Looks like you're knee-deep in this promise.
Thanks, Dad. I love you.
Oh boy.
Peter, open the door.
It's Mom. I'll make sure everything's perfect. You get the door.
There's gotta be a way to break this illusion somehow. May have to fail first.
Oh, Am I ever glad to see you? It is crazy weird in there. Nikki's on a loop. Nothing I say matters. We need to find a way to get through to her.
Peter.
I know. We need a plan.
There's no we.
Okay, I get it. I have a lot of making up to do.
Peter.
If we're gonna do this...
I'm dead, Peter.
Yeah, but... not like dead. Right?
Not like Marvel MCU dead, right?
I heard your voice. No, you brought me here. I'm seeing you here now.
You're seeing a ghost. Some part of me is inside the Soul Stone, but not in any way that's real.
We can figure it out. Maybe we can find a way...
You need to focus on her now. Help her accept that I'm not coming back.
I wish you would have told me.
Told you what?
About Nikki. You know?
Yeah, is Nikki canon, by the way?
12 years ago?
Does Star-Lord really have a 12-year-old daughter?
I did the math.
Her promise isn't real.
Yeah, I know, but the rest of it is. Right? You and me on Mercury? I remember that night.
So do I. But she isn't your daughter.
Oh, Nikki isn't real at all?
She's not my daughter.
I don't understand.
She's a war orphan.
Oh, that's much less exciting.
On the shuttle home, the Kree Council was
I
wondering
actually
if anyone
thought...
wasn't full-blooded enough.
Alright, let's start up here.
Nikki was this tiny little thing.
No subtitles? Guess it's not important.
Them kill her.
So I'm not a father.
No. Well, not her father.
Wow. Okay.
That doesn't mean she doesn't need you. She has to let me go.
I tried. She won't listen.
She has to. The birthday, the presents. Whatever it is, it's keeping her attached to some fake version of me, of us. Destroy the illusion and make her listen.
You know I'm not equipped to.
Yes, you are. You have to be.
I know.
Fictional character first appeared in the comics in 1975. Oh, interesting. So she is part canon. Okay. So here's where I thought, because again, I don't know the original IP or the story of the characters, but here's where I thought this actually could have been really creepy and cool. What if Nikki never existed? You never met her on the Nova Corps space station. She really was just a random girl. And she wasn't the adopted daughter of Corel. She wasn't who you thought she was. She really actually didn't even exist at all. This has all just been an illusion ever since you touched the Soul Stone. You've just been seeing this version of a daughter you thought you maybe wanted to have. And your ability to let go of that promise has actually been lingering since the very beginning of the game. And every time you brought up Nikki and everything like that, people thought, because you were so convinced yourself, they're like, oh, damn, I guess Quill does have a daughter. Well, sucks to be him. But the fact that there's a lack of interaction of Nikki and everyone else, except for, obviously the projection over there. But that projection came from your mind. When you touched the Soul Stone, it took the form of what you wanted to happen. It manifested your desire. And him killing his desire of wanting to be a good father figure, something he never had, is the whole turnabout in this last chapter. And then you have to destroy not just, your attachment to Corel, but you have to destroy Nikki. I think that could have been a much more interesting turnabout.
Where's Mom?
But this is okay. I guess just her being an abandoned war orphan is okay too.
Just Carlos telling us she's running late, which means I still have time to get the music just right.
Destroy the lie.
She'll come.
You gotta punch her in the face, throw her out the airlock. But we're gonna do this first.
Mom will
We're gonna break the gift.
Hey! What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry, Nick.
No! I can fix this.
Oh, you're not even gonna show me mangling that cake? Come on, Crystal Dynamics.
Stop it!
I saw that clip.
Ruining this! Mom will still come.
To ruin the birthday party. Savage.
It's not real, Nikki. None of this is real.
Slap her.
I hate you! You're not my dad! You're not my...
Yeah, kiddo. I know.
You ruined it. You ruined everything! Mom was gonna come in!
Wasn't your real mom.
All I
You can play as her in Lego Marvel Superheroes? Oh, I didn't even know that.
Whatever walks through that door won't be your mom.
You don't know that.
Oh, there's a lot I don't know. How to keep my foot out of my mouth. How to not get arrested.
But I think the whole thing of like, maybe if Nikki wasn't an established character but an original character, maybe that would have tipped off people who are already aware that she's not a real character. But I think somebody coming in blind like me, that would have been such a cooler, cooler twist.
This isn't about you.
Try to relate.
I remember feeling this cavernous...
I don't care how you felt.
Wow.
Selfish.
That was brutally honest.
I've seen your promise. I've seen hundreds of thousands of promises. None of them help me.
I know.
So selfish. What a brat.
I just want you to know that I've been through some version of what you're going through.
Yay! I need her back. I don't care if it's not real. I need things to go back to how they were, even if it means making the same stupid cake for all stupid eternity. Just the thought that she might come back is better than admitting that she never will. And then it's all my fault.
Uh,
Hadn't distracted her. If I'd been quicker.
I'm gonna be nice, even though I could totally throw Rocket under the bus right now. Though to be fair, why is the Soul Stone just chilling out in this random derelict?
It's guilt, but the way it happened instead of...
It's not the same.
You have Lego Marvel Superheroes? Lego Marvel Superheroes is one of the best Lego games ever made, though I'm glad to hear a Skywalker Saga is also up there. I personally also like Lego Jurassic World, but I just love Jurassic Park, and I love that playing the Lego version of all Jurassic Parks is cool.
Would you have listened?
I had a dream one time that they made Lego The Witcher. And I'm like, I woke up thinking, why isn't that a thing? They should totally make Lego The Witcher.
It could be her.
Wouldn't it be so cool?
Only you can reject the lie, Nick.
Lego games are a jolly time? Absolutely.
All I can tell you is me.
To me, Lego games are the perfect E for everyone, because you can love them if you're 5, you can love them if you're 55. They're just good games, they're fun.
Galaxy.
Doesn't matter, I love it.
Your mom, for all her faults. It's not the
Some are better
galaxy
than
you
others,
play.
but they've done overall a pretty damn good job with that franchise.
But it doesn't matter what I think, because it's not my promise. I can't destroy it for you.
Okay. I know it's not her. Unless I believe it's her. So as long as I believe...
Nikki, no.
No, you're taking the wrong message from this. God damn it.
Destroy the illusion and make her listen.
You know I'm not equipped to.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I failed that interaction. Failed that interaction.
You have to be.
Had me going, though. I thought I was on the right track.
Where's Mom? That was her, right?
She's not coming.
Of course she's coming. I guess that was just Just Carlos telling us she's running late, which means
There's a
I still
space
have time to get
Carlos.
the music just right.
Destroy the lie.
What if we slap her?
Can you double check all the birthday stuff? Can we talk about this after Mom's birth?
Your mom's not coming. None of this is real.
She has to understand. Quit kidding around. She'll be here any minute.
No, kiddo. She won't.
Destroy the lie, Stop trying to ruin it.
Nikki, please.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Listen to me, Nick.
Get away from me.
Can I just throw out the space lock? That would destroy the lie.
Any moment now, Mom will be here. Hey, what is wrong with you?
I was hoping that the obvious solution was not the correct solution.
Okay, it's fine. Stop it. Stop it. Stop ruining this.
But let's just do this real fast.
It's not real, Nikki. None of this is real.
I hate you. You're not my dad. You're not my...
Yeah, kiddo.
They had a whole writing sequence for the wrong ending. That's actually kind of impressive.
Everything. Mom was gonna come in and... All I want is to see her.
Whatever walks through that door won't be your mom.
You don't know that.
Well, there's a lot I don't know. How to console. But this...
Oh, you can skip this. Cool.
This isn't about you.
I'm not gonna try to relate.
I know how you must feel. Very hurt and angry.
No, you don't.
Right, like, not exactly how you feel. I just meant that...
I don't care what you meant. I don't want anything to do with you.
Right. Okay.
I need her back. I don't care if it's not real. Even if it for all it's just the thought and then it's all... If I hadn't distracted her... If I'd been quicker...
You're not the reason she's gone, Nick.
Try this.
Don't put that on yourself.
Why not? It's true. If I had just...
It's not true. You didn't make that thing. You didn't release it.
Oh, no caps.
You're not the reason your mom was where she was.
Maybe I should blame Rocket, in case this isn't the right answer.
There's no way you deserve any of it.
It could be her.
I don't hear anything.
Seriously?
Hear what?
The knocking. There's clearly someone at the door.
Or something.
I know it's not her.
Damn, I got the wrong ending again.
I believe it's her. So as long as I believe...
Okay, that was the wrong ending.
Believe...
Damn. Maybe the answer is blame Rocket.
And make her listen.
You know I'm not equipped to.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
You have to be.
I know.
If I fail this third time, and I'm gonna blame Rocket this time, then we'll check a guide. Chad, I'll need your backup on this.
Where's Mom?
I'm clearly failing the puzzle here.
Of course she's coming. I guess that was just Carlos telling us she's running late. Which means I still have time to get the music just right.
Destroy the lie. Please listen to
Can
me
you double
on this,
check all
Nikki.
the birthday stuff? Can we talk about this after Mom's birth?
Okay.
Mom's not coming. None of this is
She
real.
has to
Quit
understand.
kidding around. She'll be here any minute.
No, kiddo. She won't.
She'll come. Stop trying to ruin it.
Nikki, please.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Listen to me, Nick.
Get away from me.
What if we just keep talking to her?
Help her to see the truth.
I wonder if we try walking away. If we can just walk away from our problems. Just nope out of here.
Destroy the lie.
Finger guns. Finger
Destroy
guns.
the lie, Peter.
Alright. Let's do this one more time.
Hey, what is wrong with you?
I'm sorry, Nick.
No! I can fix this. have much time.
Wait, what? I timed out? Whoa, I didn't realize you could time out of that. Okay.
Help her to see the truth.
Hey! What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry, Nick.
No! Okay, it's fine.
Did I just destroy the things in the wrong order?
Stop it! Stop ruining this! She has to come.
Okay.
It's not real, Nikki. None of this is real.
I hate your...
Yeah.
You
Yep.
Whatever walks...
You don't...
It's a lot legitimate. The promise...
This isn't about you.
Oh.
You're right. I'm not gonna pretend to know what you're...
So I can't blame Rocket anymore.
I don't even know what I'm feeling. It's like... empty and heavy at the same time.
Was I supposed to fail?
I keep seeing her, but then as soon as I focus, Is this what it's always gonna be like?
I don't know. It's different for everyone. But there was no one like your mom. She really, really loved you.
I need her back. I don't care if it's not real.
Uh-oh.
I need things to go back to how they... Even if it means making it for all... Just the... And then it's all...
I'm gonna blame Rocket.
If I hadn't distracted her...
If you really want to blame someone, you should blame Rocket.
What?
I mean, the bet was his idea in the first place if it traces back to anything.
A bet. You're saying my mom died because you and your buddy decided to...
No, of course not.
It could be her.
What if I don't pick either? What if I just let it run through?
I know it's not her.
Damn, that's wrong too.
Unless I believe it's her.
Okay.
So as long as...
Nikki.
Believe...
Destroy the illusion and make her listen.
You know I'm not equipped to.
Yes, you are.
Acknowledge, ease, and trust. Okay, thank you.
I know.
At least we got to see all the conversation options. I can't say that was a very intuitive.
Where's Mom? That was her, right?
She's not coming.
Of course she's coming. I guess that was just Carlos telling us she's running late. Which means I still have time to get the music just right.
Destroy the lie.
Can you double check all the birthday stuff? Just to make sure it's perfect. Hey! What is
Did
wrong
that.
with you?
I'm sorry, Nick.
No! I can fix this. Stop it! Stop it! Stop ruining...
Smash this.
Mom,
Bam, bam.
It's not real, Nikki. None of this is real.
Yeah, you were all...
Whatever walks the...
You don't know that.
There's a lot of legitimate Greek. The promise...
This isn't about you.
You're right.
I don't... It's like heavy, but then it's... Is this what it's...
I don't know.
I need her. I don't care if... Even if it for all just the...
Okay.
And then it's all...
You're not the reason.
Why?
It's you.
It could be her.
Only you can reject the
It does
lie.
kind of suck that it's only a very specific sequence.
All I can tell you is me.
But, you know.
I don't think it's her. I think it's a very bad thing that wants to eat the entire galaxy. And you know your mom?
I kind of don't see how the first two choices feed up to her ability to break the lie
Galaxy eating.
more than the other. Well, the second choice I do. I think eliminating her guilt is a big part of it, but the first one I think is not as relevant.
I can't destroy it for you.
Because on the first one, on the first set, she spits back everything you say to her. So it's like, what difference does it make? She doesn't give a shit about anybody but herself. The second one, at least, we're addressing like a root psychological issue. And the same thing for this one, we're placing our trust in her.
How does anyone?
This is new dialogue, though, at least.
Am I just supposed to smash cakes all day?
Breaking stuff is pretty cathartic.
It really isn't, but... I mean, clearly isn't.
There's other ways.
I think it would have been kind of okay if we did keep failing over and over, and after, like, maybe 2 or 3 tries, Nikki's like, she's self-aware that it's like, how many times are you going to keep trying to ruin this day? And, like, Star-Lord will be like, I don't know, how many times do you want to keep living this lie? Because you can keep rebuilding this lie, and I'll just keep smashing it. I guess we'll just be here forever together.
To remember someone. To pay tribute.
I think that would have been a good alternative than just resetting it, where if you can accept the fact that if the player does make a looping choice, that could still break Nikki out if you twist the logic that way. I didn't like this conversation ending, though. This wasn't as cleverly done as the one with the personal promise. The personal promise level is very well done.
Sometimes that's all we have.
I keep thinking back to the elevator. She was angry at me.
Not that angry. More like, lovingly concerned.
But yeah, that was my test on consoling a soulstone racked space teenager. Clearly failed that dad test.
You're not alone.
My bad.
Okay.
Thank you. But there is something I do have to do alone.
They spent budget doing that face scan on her, for sure. I don't get why he never replaced his robot arm. Like, why wouldn't you? It's a robot arm. Whoa, what?
No, child! You must return!
What is she? I'm a bad father? Yeah, I never read the manual. I hear they give you a manual at the hospital how to be a good parent once it pops out of the womb. I skipped that part. So I guess that's Nikki's superhero form or something? I don't know. She looks like Tess from Destiny 2 for the Eververse. We should get like a soul power gun for like the finale. That would be so cool.
Oh, crap.
We ain't getting through that.
We have to, or Golden Boy's toast. Focus on Raker's fan club.
It turns out guns and knives work just as well as everything else. Alright. Oops. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, one down. Whichever one he hits, we're going after. There we go.
Peter, can you get to him?
Power blow seeming significant.
Don't make them kill you.
Oh, each of these have an element? Come on. Did I just punch him in the nuts? I think I did. Yeah, you do. You punch him in the nuts and he punches you right back. That's hilarious. You never see it coming.
This one's defenses are formidable. A flying one wields a spell.
What's the opposite of heal? Let's do that to him.
Not feast, fiend.
Ow, 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 ow. I want to get them together.
My great strength goes underutilized. You struggle in vain.
He's boosting his squad!
Get on the fire! He's healing his team!
I seem to be
Take down the
winning
squad!
day.
He's healing the rest!
Big corruption! I think the big guy sees stars!
Yeah, how do I break him out?
Bullet sponge needs to be seeing stars!
He's mine!
Drax is down, Peter! Do something!
Hold on, big guy. We need you on your feet.
Okay, they're both next to each other.
The roving one's making the rest of them harder to kill!
Let's pop that fool so he stops handing out treats!
Guys, huddle up.
Need a boost. Poppin' super.
What a bunch of losers! Me and Groot, we win this in our sleep.
Thanos used to tie me in fights like this just to make it interesting.
They are no match for these blades, Peter Quill.
Oh, everyone seems high motivation.
Guys! These creeps ain't gonna win against us. We're wanted men.
The assassin, rodent, and tree may well be criminals, but I have served my time.
I meant we're renegades. We roll the dice because we're not afraid. So what do you say we put those losers out there in the ground? Who's with me?
I suspect a with
Okay, apparently they didn't like that. Rocket's just floating in the air. Oh, now they're playing a song. It was worth it just to get the meter, just to get the finishers off. I don't know, usually shooting people full of giant cosmic energy is how they get powered up, not destroyed. Kind of a toss of the coin, really.
Good speech. Blast him!
This has got my name on it!
my face! Feel my wrath!
Put him up, Gamora!
You cannot pierce!
He does not have a stun bar. That's bad. Where'd he go? Oh.
A momentary setback! Mercy! That was a display of power! Contain! The corruption!
Throw a rock at him, Drax. I think you missed. Throw another rock at him, Drax. There we go. Oh, he muted me. I'm caged. Okay, I can get out. Okay.
What's next, Peter?
How did I dodge that?
Unleash me onto these fools! Danger close, Rocket! Run them through!
Like a hot knife!
That's kind of cool that he can mute all of our abilities. This guy's got a little bite to him. I'm gonna punch him in the balls. I can't block on him? Are we winning? Oh no. He's just entering his invulnerability phase. Need my shield to regen. There we go. How many health bars does this guy have? Actually, fire's doing good damage to his shield. Yeah, this looks like the last shield. Oop, I'm hurt. Can't die here. This is when I should have used meter. That's okay, as long as Groot has his ultimate, then we can't die. There we go. Break his shield. Shield's almost broken. There we go. There we go. Groot just casually backhands him. There we go. Good fight, everyone. If only I had my other robot arm.
No!
The diamonds, yeah, the diamonds are the extra health bars. He had basically 4 health bars, but every health bar had a shield, so you're actually chewing through 8 health bars. I didn't even use my ultimate on that. Is that her superhero form? What's her power? She has soulstone power, I guess?
Please.
Finish him.
It lied to you. To both of us. Look at it.
I think her new hair kind of sucks, not gonna lie.
My child. He did it.
Adam Warlock, do your thing. I'm just saying that for a space dragon, they could have gone a little bit more exotic with the design. Genetically engineered to live on the planet Mercury, her character has superhuman ability to withstand heat, ultraviolet radiation, and can see clearly in very bright light. Oh. Okay.
Behold before
Oddly
you
specific powers.
your benevolent guardian of the galaxy.
It is done!
Okay, okay, we'll give you this one.
You don't get to join our ship, though.
Shall we? Our adoring masses await.
And we never paid our fine. Up. Slow walk. I bet he's playing music in his head right now.
So, we actually won?
Fucking right we did.
Strut like the heroes you are.
Galaxy more often.
Count me in. Next time, I promise I won't almost destroy it first.
No more promises from you.
We earned this moment, people. Let's make sure we bask in it.
Pose.
There you are, you old dog.
We have multiple dog report items to discuss.
Case is closed. No need. Guardian of Galaxies. Live up to name.
They had some help.
Oh gosh! Who are all these little guys?
If Guardian are looking for more work, Cosmo always chasing problems.
I think what we need right now is a nice walk.
Strut with us, dog. We need to play some badass music right now. Where's our celebration fanfare? Come on. Game.
Well fought, Destroyer. And your delicate friends.
Censored? I guess so. They couldn't substitute in anything else? Come on.
Precious little candy in his golden wrapper.
Oh, he has a soul stone in his head again.
Lady Hellbender, we regret the death of so many great beasts, but we honor their sacrifice.
They died protecting their pack. There is honor in that.
Will you return to Seknarf 9?
We must first build a worthy home for Foom, or he will devour every creature on my world.
If he gets loose again, give us a call, and we can discuss rates.
True. The only people that have ever proven that the moniker of Invincible for it is overrated. I hate that I have to take it on faith that there's a badass music track playing right now. You gonna drop my fine? Come on.
The Golden
God proved key to dismantling the
Universal Church of Truth.
A sound summation.
How about a little credit for not letting you make the worst decision of your collective lives?
Twice.
Twice.
Your additional
data analysis
Data.
did adjust
certain computational.
You can just feel the world butt clenching.
You can see the mental gymnastics right in front of you. Drop my fine. Come on, Nova Corps, so cheap. See, we're strutting. Adam Warlock looks like he's walking with a limp.
I was pretty sure you would.
What, wild beast? What foul fluid! Foolish, fickle creature!
Behold, one of the other Guardians of the Galaxy.
Laugh heartily. I would have killed that space llama. Oh, his gem is gone. That's weird. In the previous scene, it was in there.
What did he say?
Yeah, that'll show you to your room. Except we don't got a spare room, you big lug. What? No. Flark, no. Hey, Groot, you give her yours. I got a lot of important scud in mind.
I'm glad it's this ending and not the really sad one.
How many sad endings were there?
Ugh, a lot.
What? What is her accent?
Please proceed.
Ah, you go ahead.
No need. I insist.
No, I insist.
Please proceed. This pointless pageant of politeness plagues our progress.
Which is why you should go first.
Very well. I will voyage through the vexing vestibule.
Oh, can we control this? Are these credits we can do anything with? No.
So, what
Okay.
I don't know.
Credits, people. High five.
Yes.
Clearly it is not.
We could rob a bank.
We are broke.
Whoa! I am not robbing a bank. That's illegal.
And super fun.
You are corrupting the child.
Relax, Drax. It's a suggestion. A potentially really lucrative suggestion.
One more chapter? Oh, wait, there's one more chapter? Oh.
It is irritating indigestion. Nothing of note.
Okay. Well, there's a bathroom in the back if you need it.
So, Mantis, now that the universe is safe again, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. I guess I'll go back to Lamentis. Although, I hear Earth is really nice this time of year. Ooh, maybe I'll go check out Contraxia. You can gamble there.
Shouldn't we give Contraxia a bit of time to, unpromise?
Either way, it is no place for a child.
Seriously, man. Oh.
Who knew that Adam Warlock would be so,
Where's the first
sensitive?
I have basic field training.
We do not own a first aid kit.
What are you talking about? We have a first aid kit.
Engine tape doesn't count.
You probably just need some ginger ale.
Don't worry about little old me.
Uh-oh.
I feel simply
He's Magus. He's the bad guy now.
fabulous.
Come on!
Damn it, Adam Warlock, you're so useless.
What is even? Whoa!
Oh, that's actually a nice juke. Alright, I give you +1 point for that. The fake out's good. I appreciate that. You only get one of them to do it right. And that was good. That was a good fake out.
Our golden god guy is consumed by the bad thing and tries to destroy the galaxy. And probably succeeds.
Why does it feel like bug girls inside my head?
I'm inside all of your heads. This way, Magus can overhear your super amazing plan.
Which is?
Oh, no. It's better if it comes from you.
Him. Me. Destiny makes three.
And we're all gonna die.
My final form. The new norm.
The stone. When that thing attacked my mom and me, it was terrified of the stone.
Yes, I too have sensed its fear of the stone.
Oh, yes! The ancient stone! One of the six! It's the only thing strong enough to contain the all-powerful soul of Magus!
Okay, so we just
I'm gonna
gotta
keep
get
saying
him,
Magus.
Closer and then throw a magic rock at him?
Exactly.
Tiny. Whiny.
Alright, throw the magic space rock.
Woohoo! What are you all up to?
Mantis.
So I guess
We were in the big bath.
Adam Warlock uses alliteration, but Magus rhymes. Got it.
What you do best, Guardians.
Nah,
not being friendly.
I think she means aggravating.
If anyone can piss off a god,
It is us.
Do it! Kneel and revere your god. For who better to oversee?
Bravo! Bravo!
You're applauding him.
I'm clapping ironically.
Does he know it's ironic?
Yes! Applaud your god.
Nope.
You grant nothing but lies and false promises.
And you're the worst!
Then why are you clapping?
We're mocking you, idiot.
What? I said kneel!
Are you kidding me?
Stand back! I got this!
Nikki, no! Get out of there!
Trust me!
Does she have soulstone powers? She just have Mercury powers. That's a planet. Or at least a small moon.
Everyone, stay close!
How the fuck can she?
I appreciate Groot trying to help. I don't know if I would block a planet though.
See? Told you I got this!
Nice.
Hey, that was amazing! How did you...
That was
idea.
marvelous.
Cam, now!
So far so good, Guardians, but you're not out of the woods yet.
Your resistance is a crime against the new divine.
I kind of like that. I like that his alter ego rhymes.
Groot says we got more bugs.
The scourge grows in numbers.
Do we destroy their little spawn points?
Rocket! Go wild!
Was it like this when you encountered him inside of me?
all the versions of Magus we saw until now were bits and pieces. This is the real deal. This is
Alright.
how it's done. Hope you guys like bugs. Here they come.
Alright, I was hoping that that shot from him would destroy it.
I am confounded by our location. Are we not just on the Milano?
Critically, Magus controls all of reality now. Clark, that sounds bad when I say it out loud. I can't believe the fate of the galaxy depends on the words that come out of Peter's mouth.
His choices so far have proven worthy. I have faith in both your tongue and mouth, Peter Quill.
Let's see.
Brace yourself.
Can't shoot those. Can't shoot those.
So I guess it's what we get for celebrating early.
That was you celebrating? That's the saddest thing I ever heard. More of those, figs!
Alright, there's gotta be a trick here.
Got my name on it.
That's not being destroyed.
Oh, man! You cut right through that thing!
Wonderful substitution explosives. That's good to know.
It's not a day, Peter. It's a war. Kill it.
The trick is to defeat them before they defeat you.
Big
Jones
dog
come
since I
with a
blew
big
something up.
solution! Thanks, Drax! And that's why I'm the leader!
Oh, we just kill him with violence. Okay, the traditional solution. Got it.
Such dim-wit grit. Why not just submit?
The stone! You must use the stone!
How?
Still too far away. Seems like he's hanging back on purpose.
What are you waiting for, Quill? Say something to throw him off.
Yes, infuriate him with your carelessly chosen words.
Beleaguered brats, like little gnats.
Cat, bat, muskrat, mat. You can rhyme. We get it. Seriously, how is it possible for you to have gotten even more obnoxious?
Cat, bad, splatty, splat, splat.
Laundromat!
You begin to annoy me.
It's what we do.
Combat, format, diplomat.
That doesn't even make sense. Ah!
We don't make sense? Ever since we met you, you've been nothing but a giant pile of word vomit. And now you gotta rhyme everything too?
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Consequential ingrates.
Okay, pretty sure we derailed him. He's doing the planet thing!
Nikki, you ready to save our butts again?
Just be careful.
Hey, I'm the one with cool powers now, remember?
It's definitely growing on me. Everyone! I don't say it enough, so I'm just gonna say it.
It is pretty spectacular, I will say that.
Everyone good?
Well done, child.
Okay, I definitely think we're getting to him. We just gotta hold out a little longer.
He's right next to us.
I can conjure armies at will.
I am so... No! More bots!
Their miserable lives breathe.
Nope, missed that.
I must commend you, Peter Quill, on your incisive way words.
Peter definitely has a gift.
How many times have I saved your butt now?
Oh, thanks, buddy. Oh, man! You cut right through that thing! You know the way your brain works!
Just keep the scud away from me!
You're a big guy! Just me, or does it really feel like we're getting to him?
Oh man, you really did like being made fun of.
Yeah, there we go.
We celebrate our destined victory.
Yeah, let's not plan the parade till the giant guardians came. When in doubt, shoot it in the face!
That's what I say. I will say though, I kind of wish this finale wasn't shooting a bunch of ads. Not that interesting. Or at least not do it more than one wave.
My great strength goes underutilized.
Peter, I'm sorry for all the times I called you obnoxious.
Don't apologize. He totally deserves it.
Sooner or later, everyone will fall before me.
You should look up the original art for Magus. It's hilarious. I think I will after this.
Guys, the stone's being weird.
Now is the time, Guardians!
Reel him in, Quill. Only way to get a clear shot.
Submit to me. I said submit.
Time to get it through your oversized skull. We don't give in to anyone. I mean, seriously, have you met us?
That's right. We're the Guardians of the Galaxy.
We have business cards.
And we'd rather die than submit to you!
You dare defy a god?
Oh, I just realized they put everyone back in the original costumes, not the ones I set or the ones the last level gave us. No, she said shut up.
Your mockery mocks my very...
Oh, what's the matter? Couldn't come up with something like that? Could it rhyme mockery? Quick time event. Yep. How'd I know it was gonna be a quick time event? Nice shot.
Peter Quill! Ah!
The stone's gonna fry you, Quill! Like it did the first time! Just run! Ain't no time to make up for what happened, you dumb scut! Just run, man!
No! I'm the idiot who released this freak. I'm gonna be the one who puts it back in its bottle.
Oh, quick time. Gotta mash a button. Honestly, button mashing is not one of my specialties. I have fat, lazy hands. meant for tactically calculating turn-based combat. Anime beam struggle. That's exactly what it was. It was just a beam struggle fight.
He's gotta be okay. Right, Mantis?
The important thing is that he did it. You all did.
This was not his sacrifice to make.
See, I never used my ultimate, so Groot had that. I don't love Mantis. You know, I actually kind of find her annoying. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I don't know how popular she is.
Not yet, bud.
Does this mean it's over? Like over?
The Magus is contained for now. The most insatiable entity in the galaxy is once again a prisoner of the Soul Stone.
We just casually have one of the 6 stones just chilling out there.
Destroy it.
Those are both terrible ideas.
No, I say destroying it's a good idea.
He says we should combine both ideas.
Stone is neither bomb nor bauble, and not yours to bear.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Right, because you did such a good job with it.
Try to kill us and eat the galaxy.
You cannot contain this calamitous force.
Neither do you.
I created it. I am its keeper.
No one can keep that thing.
Mantis. The chances of the galaxy being consumed again if we keep the stone?
Very high.
And if we give it to Goldilocks?
Not as high.
The child was correct.
What if you just threw it in his son or something like that?
Power would one day split my lone soul asunder. But I am not alone.
Just to be sure, the chances of the bad galaxy thing happening if we sell the stone.
Astronomically high.
The best way to make sure the Magus doesn't get out again is to make sure together. You know,
He puts it back just to burn his hand more.
you feel any indigestion?
I shall call upon your crew. Motley though you may be.
Haha, Motley Crue reference.
I fear we've fallen friends.
He has a big hand.
And I accord my atonement for the trying to kill you and eat the galaxy. A momentary misstep.
Hey, we're just glad that your ego is so incredibly large that you literally defeated yourself in that last fight. You just played yourself.
If the mark of a man is to be bridled, none other than he himself must be mandated to toil as...
Does he seriously always talk like this?
I mean only to say... we're good.
It's just that I'm not the one you gotta convince.
Oh, certainly not.
Certainly, yes.
Well... Ugh. Disgusting.
Okay, now I'm convinced.
Ha 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 ha. Alright, is this the real credits? This feels like the real credits. GG for real time. Alright, high five everyone, high five. Alright. It's been a while since we've done one of these. Finished a game on stream and then we rant for about an hour talking about what we liked and didn't like. Or at least I do. Alright. Hope I'm not too out of practice. Where do we begin? Where do we begin? So the entire reason I started this playthrough for this game was this game, like for many people, it's an old story, but I'll tell it again. Like everyone else, in the wake of Marvel's Avengers looking like a piece of trash for years and then coming out and it's a piece of trash, like pretty much everybody called it. And then this game coming out, everyone's like, oh god, just another quick cash grab. It looks like similar combat. It probably is going to be vapid and not that good, and a completely forgettable marketing misstep. And turns out everybody was wrong. It turns out not only was this game very well received by critics and people are just like, whatever, just who cares? And then all of a sudden it appears not only nominated, but winning the Game of the Year award for Best Narrative. And I remember when I was watching, because I like watching the Game Awards, you know. Yes, it's a big commercial event, but hey, sometimes I like these commercials. I'm like, excuse me? Because I thought like Psychonauts 2 was going to win, which by the way, I didn't play Psychonauts 2. I actually didn't play almost any of the best nominated games from last year. I didn't really play too many 2021 games, believe it or not, as they came out. Psychonauts 2 is on Game Pass. I probably should knock it out, to be honest with you. But for the most part, when it won, and I heard from only a few people, because I'm like, I haven't heard anybody talking about this game, and it's winning Best Narrative? Excuse me? So, of course, it's like, okay, I have to play this at some point. And, you know, half a year passed. But they put it on Game Pass not too long ago, like a few months ago, and I'm like, okay, I have no excuse now. Because I always told myself, okay, it's a best narrative winner, I should probably play it. You know? And I'm glad I did. Through its own merits, and not through love of the IP, love of the characters, even coming out with a jaded sentiment, just coming in with a very, I don't want to say very low bar, but skeptical expectations. This game surpassed all of that, not only very early on, where I'm like, this is not only just good, it's just genuinely fun. I found myself wanting to play more of it. The chapters flow so quick, there's such a level of creativity, level to level, there's a lot of good there's a lot of banter, almost too much just being real. It's almost overwritten, but at the same time, just taking a step back, we don't want the wake of excitement for finishing a game washing over too much. We have to realize that, what does it mean to be like the best narrative? It doesn't mean having the best story. It doesn't mean telling a story in the most interesting way. I like how she used those arm blades like once the entire game. I don't even get that weird veiny version of Venom War, like that was weird. Because I don't agree with what some people may say, which is just an incredibly just useless appraisal of anything. It's like, well, if you had fun and you liked it, isn't that good enough? No, that's not good enough for critically thinking about something. Because it's more just about, you know, I can't think of like, oh, if I like it, it's good, I'll just move on. No.
It's fine, really.
Yep.
I can sleep on the couch.
The couch is
We do have stuff.
I've seen the rodent relieve himself on it.
She could sleep in Gamora's room.
Since when?
Oh, come on. You're a girl, she's a girl. You can play dolls together.
There are so many things wrong with that.
Well, she ain't getting my room. End of discussion.
So you just have to build another bedroom, and maybe a bathroom, and convince everyone that adding another teammate is a good thing. A 12-year-old teammate. One who may or may not need you to provide parental stuff. I mean, come on, man. You did just save the galaxy. Twice. So
One thing we absolutely give credit where credit's due is that, backed up by Square Enix's artist Crystal Dynamics, wonderful amount of polish. You'll be fine, probably.
Come on. I mean, if you can handle Raker and the Magus, pretty sure you can handle a 12-year-old girl. Yeah.
This is what's
Well,
called
guys,
coping.
Here's some homework there. Throw in a few vegetables.
Just send her to public school.
Where the flark are you gonna get vegetables? I guess Groot could make vegetables. Yes, that seems like a reasonable thing to ask him. And if everyone's willing to make just a few reasonable sacrifices here and there, I mean, you know what they're like.
Takes a village to raise a child, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely, they have good qualities. I mean, Drax is fearless, and he's been a dad. Groot, he's compassionate and protective. Rocket can teach her about crawling into things, and Gamora. Gamora. She knows about honor and discipline and girl stuff. Yeah. So even if you don't have what it takes by yourself, you're not by yourself. And you know what? Nikki's a part of that now. She's one of the family. And family means sticking together.
You never
no
turn your
matter
back on
what.
family.
Even if you gotta wing it every step of the way. My man. What's happening?
We appear to have lost power.
Sounds like a Nova Core disabler. You guys paid your fine, right?
Nope. Eidos Montreal, I salute your service. Even though you got sold down the river by Square Enix. Anyway, you know this is silent because they're playing a copywritten song. I appreciate the streamer mode. First of all, I appreciate the streamer mode. Thank you, because I never would have streamed this, because I was like, no, that game has licensed music, I heard. And when I checked the options, I was like, thank you for having this streamer mode. Great foresight. Wonderful foresight. Alright. Let's tackle this like a deep cut. So, positives on the aesthetics is that we do visit a variety of locations, some more visually distinct than others, some I'm gonna say feel samey. It's kind of 50-50. Some of the alien planets didn't really feel like all that different. Sometimes you were just mostly looking at very similar creatures, like you have the bouncy blob things / wormy things, you got the quadruped sort of lizard things, and you had the human dudes. So that you pretty much had 3 major rigs for monsters, and then you had the giant brute dudes. You pretty much had 4 enemy types. And on each planet, you basically faced a version of one of those 4 enemy types. Combat itself, jumping ahead, simple but effective. The responsiveness of the dodging, the necessity that each person brings, the fact that every one of their moves can do similar but effective things in different ways, meaning you can leverage their power strategically on the fly, and you not only want to, but you borderline have to. Because you're in for a long time if you think you can just brute force your way through this game shooting and punching things. That is not going to happen. You even see multiple times where if you're pulling off some sort of special move or max combo attack, that your allies just kind of stand around and don't do anything. Like, they don't combo unless you happen to be executing specifically a group combo. This requires teamwork. This requires the Guardians to work as a team and you commanding them on the fly. And it works really well. I felt that made combat very engaging. You can't sleep on this game. I love that. I love that you cannot sleep during this. And things move so quickly. You'll lose health quickly, but you can gain health quickly. You can use your powers quickly, but they come back quickly. The only thing that never came back super quick was like your ultimate one, but I think that's okay. I would have preferred if it wasn't mapped the way that it was, because I've accidentally hit it 2 or 3 times. And that's my fault, sure, but it's just too easy to switch between focus on something with your gun to then pull up the command prompt for your allies. Like, if you accidentally hit one button while the other one's still pressed down, then you pull up your ultimate and you can't get that back, and that's unfortunate. I would have just changed it a little bit. Something that's like out of the way. But polish wise, it looks good. Some of the animations, little jank, but that's okay. The combat janky animations are just really more nitpicks, because for the majority of the time, you know, the effects, the hit detection, the responsiveness of the controls, the smoothness of the movement, all of it's very satisfactory. So when it comes to overall combat, and I appreciate the fact that you can even lower it or increase the challenge if you want, and there's not really an incentive to do one, it's just your personal comfort level, that's good. It's very accommodating. So I'm going to give the combat portion, I know I said I was going to talk about aesthetics first, but it ended up being talk about combat. I can already tell you that I really enjoyed like physically playing this. The non-combat situations, though, we'll get to that in just a second, because that really ties more into the story parts. The overall aesthetics part, I'm gonna say, was above average. There are many times that I can definitely say that, wow, this character model, you can tell they put him through the face scanner. And that face scanner and motion capture was very good. They definitely put details on those models. But then everybody else, it's like what they've done with other Square Enix games where they put so much focus on the characters, and you know those are the ones because those faces are right in the camera. They really want you to see, look at our motion capture. It's so good. Yes, it's so good. But then what that means is it really looks like a huge gap compared to all the other characters and models that you don't put that much level of effort into. And so it just kind of looks worse by comparison, even though it's actually pretty okay. There were many models that they just kind of used once just for a one-off level or one-off gig, and you can just tell that it's like, this is a character model, it's only being used for the scene, you will never use it again, and it doesn't matter. Mouths on a couple of the characters are kind of odd, especially when they like open their mouth really wide. It just looked like a weird robot, not gonna lie. That's a nitpicky though. Overall, things look good. Things look good from a distance. This is one of those games, too, where you have a lot of spectacle and vistas, where it's like, ooh, look at this really cool thing in the distance. You can't do anything to it. You're not going to go over there. It's not like you see that mountain, you can go over there, Skyrim level of stuff. It just looks cool from a distance. Basically a glorified painting. That doesn't win points from me. Wow, how crazy is a guy named Jack Kirby in here? I wonder if they made the Jack Kirby. Probably not. But there were several things that were cool to look at the same time as going back to the planetary thing. Many of these planets and many of these space stations, like they did some cool stuff to tie it into the story of what you're doing at the time, but ultimately where you were didn't really change. Like one indoor area looked just like another indoor area. This was first and foremost a good use of linear gameplay, where the whole point of linear gameplay is to sacrifice freedom for focus. And what do you do with that focus? Because the player doesn't, you don't have to account for all the myriad of, paths they can take or things they can see or angles they can approach from. You can absolutely quality control the pathway that they're there. Many times you are absolutely running from point A to cutscene and from cutscene to very obvious fight arena. Many of these levels, the combat heavy levels, absolutely were designed to be video game levels. They didn't have an organic sense of layout. We're going here, all of a sudden it widens out, there's interactive things, there's chest-high walls, and slightly destructible terrain, and the enemies just kind of appear from beyond and jump down the arena, and you do your fight, and after that you move on. Very much video game levels on that aspect. Like even like the ships or the living zoo or even the smaller areas, none of them felt like I'm battling in an area that felt like it's a real place. Like the one place I would say is exception is Nowhere. Nowhere felt like a marketplace. It was designed like a marketplace. It looked good, but outside of that, there wasn't really an organic sense of the usage of these levels. They were meant to be video game levels. And so that just kind of places them very average. Like they're good, they serve a purpose, but you look at those great songs, by the way. I can't believe there was a Rickroll. I have to wonder, where was that Rickroll? Where did that Rickroll occur? You know they had to use that. There's no way they didn't put that in this game and there wasn't a Rickroll. You know there had to be one. Come on. Anyway. Universal and Sony. All the big licensing ones for music. The number one culprits for DMCA takedowns. Anyway, what's it talking about? Okay, so yeah, like aesthetics and level design was okay. What helped make each of the levels interesting was like at the very beginning where they did like the little shooting contest with you and Rocket, or they did the whole bridge gag where it took you forever and you're literally dozing off. Those were okay. The better level designs, the non-combat focused ones, the ones that were focused more on dialogue, character interaction, or, and this was absolutely my favorite, was they incorporated it was a puzzle. It was an escape room puzzle, but you weren't necessarily aware that you're trapped in a trick, basically. I love those levels. Like again, the promise level was super cool. The fact that they had thought out an entire level of stuff for you to do, see, say, interact with, and it's all a ruse to make you believe that you're supposed to be, which is exactly what the character is supposed to be feeling, where everything is convincingly there to make you feel like you belong. And the gameplay element to break out is you as the player, but also as Peter breaking the thing that you think you belong in. That was so good. You very rarely see that, where you're not just playing and thinking like, okay, what would Peter do? And then you yourself as the player are actually feeling the same way Peter does. And then solving the puzzle by doing what Peter should be doing and you the player should be doing. Like it tricked the character, but it also tricked the audience, and the solution and the emotions attached were tied together as part of the level design. That was very brilliant. I am so pleased with that. You so very rarely see that, and it was so smartly done in that level. That moment of brilliance that they did there and a couple other times. I said it before just now, but I think they try to do it with the whole Nikki thing with breaking up the birthday, but I think they tied it too much to whatever your dialogue choice was over there, when I think it really should have been more reflective of you, the player, making active choices. There should have been more threads on how you can disrupt Nikki out of that illusion rather than just the absolute hardcore correct dialogue choice. That was a surprisingly lazy choice. Like, having to shoot your mom? Come on, man. So, there are levels, like the combat focus levels are kind of on the average slash not very impressive side, but there are a couple of times where this is, absolutely is above average. And really a couple of times where you can point to this game as an example of being like, wow, do more levels like that where it's very clever. Also, point where with the whole final level where it's a fake out. The fake out was cool. The presentation, the introduction was cool. The execution was not cool. The execution was boring as shit. The fact that it was like, I'm Adam Warlock slash Magus and I'm smashing planets and doing shit. And you're like, oh man, this is crazy. What are we gonna do? Quick, piss him off. Okay, cool. That'll trick him to using the stone on him. Okay, great. And then all it was just defeating 2 waves of ads and then a quick time event. That just felt so ham-fisted in there. That was not a good way to end the game. I'm going to tell you right now, like, it started cool and then it immediately went down. They did nothing clever with that finale. Like, the whole premise of it being a fake out was cool, but nothing in the rest of that level was cool. That was, in my opinion, a step down. You took a step up, like, haha, surprise, got you, and then you stepped down. So, unfortunately, we did not see that moment of level design brilliance at the end. It felt like they ran out of time. It kind of does, doesn't it? It felt like, oh crap, we gotta wrap this up. So I was like, come on, you didn't stick the landing. You didn't stick the landing. And then the whole thing with them like coming out and strutting out, that was okay. I kind of wish that, they did it again where it's the whole Mass Effect thing where, oh, you remember that choice you made about, Shepard's favorite store? Well, surprise, at the very end, your favorite store comes out and gives you a gift card. It's like, haha, see, your choices come back to you. People like that. It triggers a little happy switch in our brains when we have our choices fed back to us. It makes us, like in real life, if you ever want to make anybody feel like they're being listened to, just repeat back what they said back to them. It's a very simple social hack. That way you can pretend you're listening and pretend that you care when you actually don't. this also really, really works in customer service to get people who are pissed off to get off your back because most people, when they complain, they just want to be listened to. So if you just parrot back or regurgitate back what they told you, even if you agree or not, they will get the sensation that they're being listened to, and they, in most cases, will calm down. Our weird human heads are wired like that. It's a very simple social hack. So they do it again. That's why people love it in Fallout or Mass Effect or The Walking Dead, Telltale games. They like seeing their choices like, oh, Shepard will remember that, or whatever. Lee will remember that. Clementine will remember that. People like that sort of stuff. It makes it feel like we have an impact when it's just the illusion of choice. And as long as that illusion of choice is still there, people appreciate it. People don't like it when the illusion of choice is broken. But the fact that it's there, the fact that they did it, like, you don't see that too often in many games these days, as much as I use those examples. Those are kind of like the only examples out there. Because think about it, how many other games are we using choice-based dialogue and story writing where we're going to take, okay, you picked, like, this store is your favorite store and you get a gift card later in the game, How many games are doing that still? The fact that we only still have a few examples show that this game is already separating itself from the norm. So, point there. We do have to respect that. So that's where it does move the needle there too. Characters. So, right off the bat, I don't know any of the Guardians of the Galaxy aside the MCU, and I don't love the MCU Guardians of the Galaxy movies in general. They're very, very jokey, but like humor, just like, horror, very, very, very much dependent on whether it hits or misses. And it's not going to hit or miss everyone. Like, you can't make a joke appeal to literally everybody. It's not going to happen. Everybody has different tastes. It's like arguing colors. And to me, like, what they try to do here is make up for that mass appeal with a shit ton of dialogue and a shit ton of jokes. You may not be aware of it, but I don't think you can go 10 seconds in this game without somebody saying something. The amount of dialogue in this game is almost overwhelming, to the point where several times throughout the entire game, somebody will be in a conversation and you will just be moving at a normal pace. You're not even rushing. But unless you stand there and let the entire thing play out, and they could play out for quite a while, some of these conversations can be lengthy. Whatever it is they're talking about will be cut off immediately by the very next prompt for conversation or dialogue. You will get so many cut off conversations because they really want to account for the fact that there's a lot of actions they could be doing, or whatever they're saying is going to be hitting or resonating with whatever that person who's playing at the time. If you like the conversation, great, you can stick around and hear it out. If you don't like the conversation, keep on moving, it's going to get cut off. And by throwing as many things against the wall, you're gonna, by virtue of numbers, have something stick. That was the strategy with the dialogue writing here. Because there's good examples of banter, like classic BioWare, I can't even use current BioWare, but classic BioWare, like take Dragon Age Origins, great inter-party dialogue there. The whole Mass Effect elevator dialogue, quips and conversations for loading screen hiding, like those were great. Fantastic. You get some of that here because, again, it's saturated with quips and dialogues. Not all of it hits, but a lot of it will, because they try a lot of different things. They try sarcasm, they try physical humor, they try ironic humor, they try gags, they try puns, they try some dad jokes here, they try straight man and foil attempts, They try all sorts of jokes because they know it's a wide net that they're casting, and they gotta throw a lot of bait out there. I see what they're doing, and I think because of how much effort they put into it, I appreciate that they put that much effort to appeal to as many people as possible. I'm gonna give them a point for effort here, because many times it does hit. Even referential humor is another one they go for a lot. They make a lot of winks to the camera. And so, sure, I'll give them credit for that. I think it's a little too much, though. I kind of wish it was a little bit more focused. The tone was a little bit more consistent. But like you said, Shadows, just earlier, many of these dialogue choices feel really in line with the characters for the most part. Gamora had a lot of really weird lines sometimes. Like her personality was all over the place. Sometimes she would be ruthless and heartless. The other part she's sobbing and crying about stuff. Then she's whining, and then the other part she's loving things and laughing. She was an emotional roller coaster. I don't know if that's how Gamora actually is, but Gamora's personality in this game was a roller coaster. Peter was written off to be I'm the guy who makes a lot of speeches. Like I'm the talker, you know? Rocket was fairly consistent, Groot was Groot, and Drax was probably also the most just the steady like rock. Um Sometimes though like his over literalness, they did try to do a couple of jokey things like when he displays sarcasm like wait a minute, this guy knows sarcasm? How's that possible? But yeah. So and then Nikki just being a brat teenager. Whatever. She's a preteen. We've all been there. Most of us survived. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the overly emotional teenage preteen girl being an overly emotional preteen girl. It's fine. If anything, that's spot on. Um, I don't get Adam Warlock's deal. I don't get the priest man's deal. Corel was just there, then she died. And that's kind of it for the majority. Cosmo was I don't know. As somebody who doesn't know Cosmos's significance, just having a weird psychic dog that has so much power just kind of pop in, be a plot element, and then just pop out and just not do anything is very jarring. It's like I'm an incredible dog who has so much influence and power, but I only kind of sometimes help things. Same thing for the later Lady Hellbender. Like they pumped her up to be like such a bigger deal than she ended up to me being. Like, so what? She's this barbarian woman who collects like the most dangerous petting zoo in the galaxy. Okay. And then the dragon, in my opinion, way too tame of a dragon. You had the opportunity to make a kick-ass space dragon, which by the way, I said I would look up uh what was the name of it? Fim Fam Foom or something like that? Fin Fang Foom? There he goes. Thank you, Google, correct. I gotta look at what this thing actually looks like. Yeah, he has like an old man face, and he does wear purple shorts. I would have taken that over the very European traditional dragon they went with. Like even Monster Hunter just creates like those type of dragons better. So the Fin Fang Foom fight ended up being okay. Also, the fact that we just walked up there and shot it a bunch of times makes me really wonder. It's like, why was this thing such a big deal again? They spent 3 levels talking about what an incredible badass this was, and you just walk up and shoot it a couple times, and then it falls down. It's like, okay, I feel like anybody could have done that. Uh, Especially since Drax's people are so strong, like Jax, um, Drax throwing a big old rock at it, even though it was ice. Like, okay, that's it, huh? Okay then. Each of the Guardians had a moment where they would overcome something and that would unlock their ultimate thing. Like one of the times where Gamora just like all of a sudden made a really huge deal about killing her sister, and we don't really talk more about it. Maybe we would have if I found the right collectible. That's another thing. So if you pick up the right lore items, you can go over to them, talk to them in their room, and they will have an entire Mass Effect esque interrogation thing. Where you know how it is, where it's like you have those 2 circles of like 10 options, and each of them is just lore. It's not story. It's not adding to what you're doing right now. It's just straight up lore, lore. They just massive lore dumps. I think that's really good for the comic book fans, perhaps, because a lot of them are probably references to what happened in the comics. I know the museum was absolutely a delight to some people here because all of them are references to the comics, but for somebody on the outside, that much level of lore dump is kind of a lot. You're vomiting a lot on it. It's not even exposition. It's not even exposition vomiting. It's straight up lore dumping. because none of this impacts what we're currently doing or talking about right now. And so that's a nice to have, but I don't know. To me, it doesn't add to the overall experience. To somebody who is not buying this for the like, I'm buying this because I want to play like a well-told action game with a good story element to it. Not I bought this because it was Marvel. I bought this because it was Guardians. Uh, let's see what else. Music. So right off the bat, the music in this game is good, and I am playing this on the streamer mode, so I'm not even getting the best music. I have to say that again, I appreciate the streamer mode, but I really do wonder when they used all these songs, if they used all these songs during the course of the game. I really hope they do because again, the music creation here was fantastic. Really good. By the way, shout out to all the voice actors there. I think they did a great job delivering. Like delivery of here was great. I think that was fine. The voice actors showed up, they did their job, they did a good job. I think everybody gave a good performance. I don't think anybody gave a bad performance in this. Um so I think the voice actors did a spot on job. I am very pleased with that. Nobody was a weak link here, so good on that. The story now. Let's get to the big element because we talked about a lot of this side stuff: the music, the graphics, the gameplay, the aesthetics, the usage of the level design, combat, the characterization, lore accurateness. Let's talk about the story. Let's talk about the reason why we're here. So, story is different from narrative in a very simple way. Story is simply what you're doing, it's what happens. Narrative, however, is the framework that surrounds how the story is being told. Elements such as foreshadowing and flashbacks, for example, or in media res, like a lot of those narrative devices. Think of narrative as like telling. Like there's the way that somebody tells a story is different from person to person. If I read a story, it's going to be different from if you read the same exact story. The story is the same, but the narration is going to be different. And that's another way of thinking about it. The presentation and narration of this game, I don't know why, but it's very episodic because every single level, for the most part, the very end, you are kind of on a railroad. But in the very beginning, every single level for the first half of the game, you are going somewhere different to deal with a different problem, and it almost feels like it's kind of Cowboy Bebop-ish, where every single episode is kind of this non sequitur misadventure that by itself doesn't really mean all that much. It's just the misadventures of this comical motley crew. And overall, there's something tying it all together, which we do see, which was nice. And it wraps up in a way that was the overall story. But, moment to moment levels, you're doing something different, seeing something different, fighting something different. And so you're moving very quickly. The pacing of this game is very quick. Even though a lot of these levels are like an hour long, it felt like some of them were very close. You do go through a lot of places, people, places, and things very quickly here. You move fast. Combat's fast, storytelling's fast, dialogue is, I guess, fast too. It's a very fast-paced game. I think it's okay for how much they want to cram in here. They did try to cram a lot in here, but quantity isn't inherently quality. Having a lot of stuff doesn't mean all of it's good. You will have a lot of good, unless, you just have bad writers. But in this game, you did have a lot of good. But you also had a lot in general. I feel some of this... Oh, wait, I didn't even read this. Hold on. I was looking away from the screen. I didn't even realize that they had a whole... Here's what everyone was up to. This is, again, a very Fallout sort of ending where it's like, see, you get them little mini vignettes of all the choices that you got. I kind of wish they went into his guns, by the way. Like, I feel like there's a story for his guns alone. Like, why does Peter have the ability to elementally transform his guns into different stuff when his, you know, not all the time when his friends are in danger, but when he and his friends are in danger sometimes? Like, what's up with that? I kind of wanted to learn a little bit more on that, and they really didn't talk about it. That is a creepy smile off Drax. He got butt tattoos. Actually, teaching Groot sign language is actually really smart. That's actually a really smart move on Star-Lord's part. Like, yeah, I can't understand what you're saying, but if you use sign language and we can communicate. I still want to know why Peter's universal, like, translator doesn't work with the Groot's language. Clearly it's an understood language because Rocket understands it, but why does Star-Lord not understand it? Can somebody explain the lore on that? Okay, so the llama's paying for itself. That's good. I'm glad the llama fur is really good. She is the celestial Madonna. Okay. It's like Ash and Pikachu. Yeah, maybe so, honestly. But I feel with Ash and Pikachu, it's kind of like, you hang around with a dog long enough, like, even though you don't explicitly understand it, you can understand, like, certain dogs, like, the way a dog can bark a certain way. Like, in regards to if it's hungry, if it wants to go out, or even if it's alerting you that somebody's come home. It's like they have different barks for different situations, just like how they learn your words, you can learn their barks for many cases. And like you can understand like when they're getting mad or they're upset or they're hungry or things like that. Like you can understand them. So yeah. Adam Warlock received most of the credit for stopping the Universal Church of Truth. Sure. Like I said, his ego, hubris defeated him. Cosmo remain the best boy. Sorry, Cosmo. I don't appreciate your Soviet loyalties. But that's okay. You're in space now. Oh, I didn't realize there was a little notebook the entire time. I am not reading all this. I'll look at some of the drawings though. Some of these drawings are kind of funny. There's definitely a vibe here. I respect that that's there. Sure. You think that's chapter select? No, it was just a journal. I don't think it was chapter select. We just didn't feel like chapter select. Oh, we got New Game Plus. What does this game give us on New Game Plus? Oh, you can do chapters. There we go. There is chapter select now. Good stuff. Alright. Walking towards the monster collector was only okay in the very end. It was really just a glorified tutorial. Monster Queen. I felt this level could have been more interesting. The octopus boss was not that great. Even Hellbender wasn't that interesting. We didn't even fight her properly, to be honest with you. Again, people just talking big and not really doing much. This I thought would have been super cool, because it kind of set itself up initially as this big dark horror house in space. That was a cool vibe. Ultimately, it didn't go anywhere. The Bounty Hunter chapter went nowhere. It was just, ironically, nowhere. On nowhere. The nowhere itself was a cool location, probably the best location there. This part, where we had to bust out and fight, very combat heavy. I can't believe I didn't know you could jump on the spaceship to free the last thing. It's embarrassing. But again, a lot of foreshadowing. Oh, the part where you're also flying the ship was also really cool. I kind of wish we also got a chance to fly the jet bikes. This was a lot of talking. This chapter was a very narration-based one. A couple fights, but nothing interesting. This was a cool fight. This, by the way, this part right here in Chapter 8, that's the one where I believe you do go in the Promise. That level itself was very well done. That part of the level was fantastic. That was peak storytelling right there. I don't remember what happened in the... If I select it, do I replay the whole chapter? I probably do. Even though I didn't care for Mantis, and the fact that this is just this is a gameplay complaint. So there are many times in this game you have to do the shimmy, where you basically have to find a crack in the wall. You're supposed to go in there for either an extra item or it's the path you have to go to. There were a couple times in this level where I didn't realize just how the stalagmites were spaced apart, that you're supposed to shimmy between some of the stalagmites. Okay. Kill me over that, I guess. Whatever. Inside of Drax's mind could have been more interesting. It ended up just being fight ads. They fundamentally didn't do anything interesting with that. I was kind of disappointed. It was fairly straightforward. This part was cooler. The Test of Faith was cooler than actually going inside Drax's mind. Kind of weird. I think Adam Warlock was a waste of space. No pun intended. I was not amused by it's Mantis and she says quirky things the entire time. I was not amused. Snow Planet was, I'm not gonna lie, pretty boring. It was it was like the other 3 levels where you're on the planet. You fight the hazard, you use your gun to shoot the obstacles in the way, and every now and then you get an obvious arena where you kick worms, fight giant panthers, and in this case you fought brutes, which were yetis. Whatever. This was definitely the culmination. This was the climax of the game. Cool set piece, good lines, cool costume. Final boss fight was okay. I think the final boss fight was actually pretty spot on. I like that they had a lot of abilities that mess with you. Your ability to do damage and DPS very quickly was tested. Survivability was tight. I liked it. Again, in the final one, the juke was cool. The final boss itself was bad. The ending of this game was just not good. It's like BioShock, where the very ending where you actually fight the final boss, he's just a big gold dude who charges at you like a bull, and that's all you do is you shoot ads and let him run into the wall like a bull. It's really a dumb way to end the final fight. That was not cool. It's good that you can do New Game Plus though if you really want to. That's cool. So I appreciate these accessibility features for replayability. That's good. I like that. But in terms of story and storytelling, was the story itself, what did we care about this story? Did this story make us care about the characters and the emotional appeals many of them made? I think the ones where Peter was examining himself as a father, the realization of the possibility was there, mentally preparing himself, hearing things out, accepting it, and then realizing that that may not be the case, but he still needs to be a role model for this person. I think that journey was a good journey for Peter. Gamora and Rocket were as relevant, interesting, or eccentric as the story needed them to be. Sometimes they would be smart, cool, helpful, supportive. Other times they would be flipping off their edge or flipping out in madness or craziness. And it's just they're the two most volatile personalities. And maybe that's lore accurate. I get Rocket is very much supposed to be like the short fuse type, but he's also really, really smart and has a really deep history. And even the part where it's like, I'm overcoming my fear of water because I was in a research vat and that, I don't like being wet because it reminds me of those times. If I wasn't fundamentally shooting fungus just to get past a waterfall, as absurd as it is, which by the way, that setup was stupid. The whole setup of like, I'm getting over my long emotional trauma. I can't put on an umbrella to walk under this water fountain. I need you to go all the way around while I explain my trauma and shoot a bunch of fungus to create an umbrella so I can walk under and not get my fur wet. That was stupid. I'm gonna tell you right now. That was weak. That was a weak level to incorporate the story into the level design. I was not impressed. That was an artificial obstacle. An absolutely artificial obstacle. Groot's just there. He just kind of goes with the flow. I'm still not sure what his deal is, both in game and as somebody observing this party in the story writing. Like, I don't know where he's really at, so I don't really know if he's gone anywhere. He's just kind of there. He seemed friendly. I like the times when he waves when you find a secret spot and you come out and Groot's just kind of there waving at you. Like, good job. Like, that's cool, but Peter's the main character, and it felt like Drax was like almost the second like most interesting important character, and they wanted us to care about Rocket and Gamora's like emotional burdens, but then they actually gave Drax a whole level around it. So you actually got to talk a lot more about it and then talk about like what he feels about it, why he wants to embrace it, where he's aware, where he's not aware, and things like that. And also the Fin Fang Foom was also Drax's idea too. Drax actually surprisingly drives the plot in this story a lot more than the other three characters. So it's kind of like Peter's main character. I would almost argue Drax is like the second main character, the one you don't play as. He's more relevant to this story and the adventures and what you do. Same thing, he interacts with Lady Hellbender a lot more. I would dare say he's more well written than the other three, because Groot's a question mark, and Gamora and Rocket were literally there to be bent with whatever the story needed them to be. If they need to be angry, they're both really angry. If they both need to be stupid for some reason, they're both really stupid. I don't know. I didn't feel a sense of consistency with either Gamora or Rocket in terms of the writing. So I'm going to say Peter and Drax, thumbs up. Gamora and Rocket, I don't like their lack of consistency. Nobody's that dynamic of a character. That's just writing convenience. That's just when you write per convenience. And then Groot's a non-character. Groot was literally a mechanic. Groot is a walking mechanic in this game. You use him to make bridges, and then he just makes his own bridges later. And you use him to grab ads. That's literally Groot's function, is spam rooting everybody, ironically. Literally rooting everybody. That's him. He's a walking mechanic. I never got into the whole, lol, he says I am Groot. That's the only thing he says. I never found that funny. I want somebody to explain to me why that's funny. Why that was so charming. And I feel in this case, movie Groot was better than this version of Groot, because in movie Groot, at least with the first one, not the second one where he's like a little tiny version, baby version of himself. The first one, Groot did a lot of things. He spoke through his actions. You know, he emoted without saying anything. And to me, that I can understand the appeal of it. In this one, he just literally stands around. So I'm going to say Groot was not well done. So that's 2 characters that are good, 3 characters that could use improvement. Then you got Nikki. Nikki at least was consistently written. She's an emotionally confused preteen. I kind of wished she was Star-Lord's actual biological kid. I felt they dragged that plot point way too long. Way too long. So many chapters are like, oh, is she, isn't she? And then the whole talk about like, oh, it's your daughter, you need to step up as a dad. And she's like, she's not your daughter, but you still need to be a dad. That was taken on way too long. And even the beginning when like Carell was talking to her, it's like she could have just said, I adopted this kid. Why did you just say I adopted this kid? Literally, like, it's one of those artificial problems that could be resolved if the adults in the room just literally said and just stated the obvious, and a whole lot of confusion would be avoided. Especially in something like this, where that's not even an accident. There's a kid in the room, we're talking between it. You literally think that, hey, you know what, the time we made out, and I did the math, like, we did that 12 years ago and change, and then this kid's 12 years and change old, just saying. It's like, no, I know what you're thinking. She's adopted. Don't worry about it. And it's like, oh, okay, phew, thank God. It's like, all of it could have been avoided. I don't know where that suspense was coming from. I think that was a misstep in the execution, just the build up to nothing. I think the whole drop where like she's adopted was supposed to be a shock. Like we wanted to believe, but the whole thing is like the game wanted you to believe that there was a blood relationship there, and then even though you're forming a relationship sort of with her, even though you literally only interacted with her for like an hour in game, and somehow you build this emotional bridge that you're the guiding light to breaking her out of this galaxy to finding trauma. Yeah, no, I don't buy that. You're literally a stranger to Nikki. She has no reason to give a shit about you. And so when she says I don't give a shit about you, I believe it because she doesn't. You don't know her. She doesn't know you. And your whole pretense for even caring about her was founded on a lie. If you knew that she was adopted, you would not give a shit about that situation, on the fact that obviously the galaxy is being indoctrinated. Other than that, so I'm not giving up a point for that plot point. I do like that the running gag in the story was you paying your fine. I think that's a funny, not even B plot, but a C plot that ends up just becoming a running gag, and at the very end they end on it. That's okay. If your running gag goes through and it ends up being the very end on your note out, that's perfectly okay. I'm okay with that. I like it when games do that. I think it's a great way to end out, is your C note joke. I think that's okay. Especially for a game like this, it's okay to end on a joke. And your joke might as well be the running gag. Cammy the llama, I didn't really care about the entire time. Adam Warlock, I never saw what the big deal was. Again, I'm just kind of confused on the significance. I saw what he did in game, but I don't know. Mantis, same thing. I did not enjoy any moment we were interacting with Mantis. I don't find her mannerisms that charming or funny. Kind of a one-note character in this game. I'm kind of glad they didn't make her a team member for the purpose of like we're traveling together and she's going to be a more integrated part, because I can only think that if they did and they wrote more of her lines in with all the other banter and noise going on, it would just be too much. Too much. Especially since they added no depth to her character in this game, and the whole one note of her being like, oh, I see multiple timelines and sometimes I can't tell what's what, and I hope it's the good one. Oh no, sometimes bad things happen. So they repeat that gag with her constantly. We get it. We get it. That's your thing. That's your shtick. You do not need to literally bring it up literally every single time anything happens. So I felt that they overused that one note gag on her. The writing on her was very, very shallow. One thing I kind of wish we did see more of was the rivalry of dominance between Peter and Rocket in regards to like the Milano and things like that in the ship, because they do talk a lot on the side, and they kind of have this working relationship, but also like trying to be budding friendship, but it's not really a friendship. Because they absolutely will take jabs at each other or take advantage of the other. So I kind of felt like that could have presented itself a little bit better. That I think was a lot more interesting, but it didn't fundamentally. It added good fluff, like good dialogue options, good choices, sometimes some humor, but ultimately didn't really pay off anywhere. Like, I feel like their relationship at the end of the game is the exact same as the beginning of the game. Because the beginning of the game, like, Drax was super suspicious of Gamora, and then eventually just drops it. Doesn't even say anything, not a reason for it, just kind of drops it. And then Rocket feels that, like, oh, me and Groot would be better as bounty hunters. And that gag goes on for, like, one chapter, and then they drop it and never comes up again. Even though there are way more other reasons to just drop and go home and just leave these guys. Like, the whole thing where they're supposed to be building a bond, it's weird to me because we're in a situation where their bond should have already been built, and we're already talking about these fractures. Like, I don't understand. Like, from what it sounds like in game, Gamora just joined on like last week. I also don't like the I don't like overblown titles too. That's just a personal thing. I don't like games where it's like you're the best person of a thing. It's like, wow, how convenient that the universe is so small. We run into the best people, or maybe these people are just overblown titles. Like, they kept calling Gamora like the deadliest woman in the galaxy. Like, compared to who? For what? She really kind of isn't. And then Drax beats Thanos. Punches his heart out. I can kind of see that because the amount of stuff that Drax does punch through or lift, I can believe that. And Rocket was at least okay, because Rocket being like a super smart, tech savvy thing, he was able to just auto hack everything to a comical degree. Some of the physical humor in this game, by the way, did appeal to me, I have to say. I didn't think I would like it as much as I did. That's a complete throwaway note. So that's the story and the characters involved. Let's talk about the narrative. Do we feel, chat and those who are hanging around still, do we feel this was the best narrative of 2021? Excuse me. Nobody else did a better job writing their characters, utilizing them in the story itself being of such quality in terms of utilizing the audience's emotions, marrying it to the gameplay and the level design, the characterizations used, perhaps even the theming or any lessons learned or the journey along the way. Was this the best? I think the real answer to that is I can't decide that at this point because I haven't played most of the... Who are the other candidates? Hold on. Let's look this up, because the whole thing is compared to what? That's the whole answer to this, is compared to what? Is this the best compared to what? What are the other nominees? 2021 Best Narrative Games. Because in terms of best story, no. I would not say this is the best story. The story was kind of a backdrop. And the whole save the galaxy from a mind-bending soul stone. Okay, sure. Okay, so best narrative. And let's use their definition. Video games have become one of the best mediums in storytelling. They are uniquely immersive compared to other forms of media, which can result in deeply affecting narratives that stay with fans long after a game is over. So that's an emotional stick. That's why Best Narrative is one of the most coveted awards at the Game Awards. I agree, it should be one of the most coveted. But according to them, they're talking about immersion and emotional effectiveness. That's their version of what the quality is for storytelling. So how were your emotions, chat? How were your feelings? The nominees were It Takes Two, which I still haven't played. I have it, but I haven't played it. Psychonauts 2, it's on Game Pass. I can play it anytime. Haven't played it. Life is Strange, True Colors, which is absolutely a story-based, interactive movie, basically. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, which we just played, and Deathloop, which surprised me. Deathloop for Best Narrative? I don't know why that was on that list. I haven't played it, to be fair. I think it's coming onto Game Pass pretty soon once the 1 year mark is up. But I'm gonna say right now that roster is pretty damn pathetic. That's pretty damn pathetic. I thought It Takes Two or Psychonauts would have won that, to be honest with you. Just from the little understanding I have of the themes that they were going for and the discussions they had. If they want to talk about lingering effects after the game, I would say the discussions you can have about either It Takes Two, such as a divorce, something as heavy as that, and the interactions you have with not only your partner but the child that's caught in between, that is a much more real discussion with a lot of emotions afterwards than the narrative story we just had here, where a bunch of misfits punch at each other as we defeat a soulstone driven society. And then even Psychonauts, which also is a much more lighthearted comedic take on literally physically manifesting people's thoughts, fears, emotions, and all that from the first Psychonauts. I never finished the first Psychonauts, to be honest with you. I should, because, again, what is it called? Shit, what's the name of the studio? Begins with a T. Okay, it wasn't. A Double Fine, Double Fine, Double Fine. Not a T. There's no T in there. But Double Fine. Yeah, Double Fine is owned by Xbox, so it's also on Game Pass. So I could always finish it at any time. But Psychonauts 2 is actually the next game I actually wanted to play because I heard very positive things about it. About the level design, the creativity with it, the dialogue, and of course the plot points. To me, no offense to Guardians of the Galaxy, it's a fun ride. I think this game is very well made. I think for what it was going up against with the expectations and the seat and the ground that was, for all intents and purposes, laid bare by Marvel's Avengers, this game was going up against, it already had an uphill battle to fight, and it not only fought, it fought harder than it had any right to be. If this game was just mediocre, people would have just passed it over and ignored it. But the thing is, it wasn't mediocre. This is an above average game. Absolutely an above average game. And I think people are slowly coming around to that. And also, again, the fact that it's on Game Pass, I think, really helps the accessibility for it so people can give it a shot without taking much of a risk. And I can at least speak for myself saying that I was immersed into the flow of the storytelling. It definitely gets a point on that because I kept wanting to see what was happening next. I wanted to see where we were going. Even as Journey was kind of just whatever, the fact that the river just kept bending, you kind of want to see what was around the next curve. It kept things in a hypnotic level flow. Even though I think it ended on kind of a wet fart. But I'm not convinced this game earned Best Narrative based on the award's own description. However, I can't say that that's true unless I play both It Takes Two and Psychonauts 2. Not to leave Life is Strange out in the cold, but I don't know, man. I haven't played any of the Life is Strange games. I have all of them. I was given the codes for all the first one, and the second one I think is... I don't think it's on Game Pass. It might be on Game Pass. But did they give it out for free? For Pride Month or whatever? I don't know. Whatever. I don't necessarily love the interactive movie games. I really don't. I don't find them terribly interesting. Like, to me, it's like a visual novel where it's like you're mostly doing reading, and every now and then you play a little bit of something that's not reading. But I don't know. Life is Strange. I don't know. Interactive movies just aren't my thing. I would not want to stream it because I don't think it's that interesting, but I know it has a very fervent following who from what I can gather, really value the emotional journey that they go through on all of the Life is Strange games. They're very much into the emotional storytelling. And I think a lot of people thought that would be a shoe-in for best narrative. But if Guardians of the Galaxy beats that on emotional storytelling, according to them, it makes me wonder about True Colors. So, does this answer the question of does this deserve it? I'm not convinced. But I will say, we played a really fun game, though. This was a fun game. Fundamentally, just a fun game. Fun to play, fun to watch. It was really a very enjoyable experience. So at the very least, everything that we talked about so far, I told you it'd be close to an hour, didn't I? Man, my rants are just almost timeable, wouldn't you say? I want to put this thing on the rating tier system. If you're not familiar with my rating tier system, it's all based on relevancy. Everything starts at average, and it's up to the merits of the game to move the needle up, and it's up to the demerits of the game to move the needle down. And all of them need to be compared to the greater sphere of gaming. This is an action-adventure game that's very narrative-focused. How do you compare it to other games of its genre? And then beyond itself, to the greater sphere of how all video games are. And then what did it do for the industry at large? Because everything's relative, and that's the scale of relevance we measure on, because most games are average. That's just how it is. They can be on the better side of average or even the lower side, but all games start there. No game starts at the top and no game starts at the bottom. That's ridiculous. People that are that extreme. So, Guardians of the Galaxy, the way I have it is C is average, and you can have C plus or C minus. And same thing, B is above average, D is below average, A is excellence, and F is a failure. And again, like I said, you can have minuses and pluses in there. Where do you feel, chat, that Marvel's Guardian of the Galaxy fits? And meanwhile, let me look at chat real fast. Javier, Dano, Nova's just along for the ride. Shadows, haven't played any of the other Life is Strange. That was disappointing. Oh, so you played the first Life is Strange and wasn't feeling it? Would I ever recap the Disgaea games? Yes, I would. In fact, all of what they call the Marl Kingdoms from the Nippon Ichi series, I absolutely intend to do short recaps of. Although in the case of Disgaea and many of them, I have to be careful to observe the endings that I'm going to be recapping, because I'm not going to cover every possible ending, and a lot of those games have a lot of possible endings. I'm not here to do that. Shadows gives the game a straight B. A solidly above average game. I will say that I am putting this in the B tier right off the bat. I'm still thinking about it. I'm thinking about the pluses and the minuses I'm putting on this. I guess while I think about it, I'll talk about my trifecta of fun, fascinating, and fulfilling, where I feel separate from the relevancy rating. This is just my personal feelings of, did I have fun while playing this game? Yes. Did I find this game fascinating? I have questions, but I have questions because they're related questions. I didn't have questions on the core story itself. So I'm going to say not really, because my questions aren't derived from the game itself, per se. They're derived from the characters, events, and references that they make. Where I'm just kind of like, I'm just here for the ride. I don't know what you're talking about, but I think what you're talking about is important. And if I paid attention to the IP, I'd probably know more about it. So, that's a weak sorta. Was this game fulfilling? Yes, I am glad that I played this game. I feel that this is a game I can safely recommend. I feel that I am better off having played this game because it did a lot of things mechanically and storytelling-wise that I don't see enough of. It's always nice to see an above-average game, but also realize what makes it special, what separates the wheat from the chaff, and recognizing the points where it's another example of how we can talk about it. We don't have to just point to classic BioWare for like, oh, look at these things where like your choice is reflected back to you, or they do little small gimmicks on the illusion of choice, or the dialogue prompting through lore dumps. Like, all that's very Mass Effect. This is a very Mass Effect-y game, but I felt it was modernized in a very safe and satisfying manner. So I am glad I played it. I don't feel my discussion of this game, though, is honestly going to occur. Like, there's nothing in this game other than just looking up stuff on my own on a wiki where it's like, oh man, let me talk about some of the themes of storytelling and the character plots going on in Guardians of the Galaxy. No. There is no after game discussions going on with this game, so that's another demerit for where I feel where it won Best Narrative that I solely do not agree on. I am curious why they feel this one had you so immersed with discussions beyond the medium of the game. What discussions? What were you discussing? So, Javier giving it a solid B, nice. And Nova not really saying much on that, just saying come to play mainly for exposure, thank you, and take on many games. Well, I'm definitely gonna voice an opinion. Enjoy the takes. By the way, free shilling if you enjoy takes like this. This is very reminiscent of what I typically do for every single recapitation in a separate series, a patron slash channel member exclusive series called Deep Cut. So if you ever wonder how, if you ever want to see me do like critique slash analysis slash rating just like this off stream for the games that I do a recap on, besides the watch alongs where you do get a lot of that just kind of more condensed, if you want an individual one, video by video, I do make a separate video for every single recap I produce, so brace your fragile hearts and egos on some of them, because it may surprise you what I have to say and what I identify as strengths or weaknesses on even the most allegedly gold standard games. All yours for the low price of $1 to $5. All of which I appreciate. Thank you. I am going to give Guardians of the Galaxy. I actually concur with both Shadows and Javier. Hate to say it, it sounds kind of lazy when I say it at the end, but it really is true. You probably already guessed from the way I was already talking that this is a solid B. This has identifiable weak points that do not merit a B+. There is still, even in the writing department or even the combat animations, polished usage of the level design, I see opportunities for improvement in each of those factors, which absolutely locks it out of being an A, much less B+ rating. However, in the terms of what they did do, and enough of the stuff that they did do uniquely and stuck the landing, that deserves it outside of the realm of being the weaker end of these above average games. This can be an example now that other games can show and follow if they want a point of reference for how to do some of these things. We're not judging the source. We're like, I never guessed it from a comic book base. Nobody effing cares, man. The game is the game. We judge it on its own merits. And so I rate Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy a B out of 10. I'm just kidding. I think numerical scales are stupid. They have no relevancy. But yeah, solid B. B tier. Well done, well done, well done. That's very good on my scale. All right, and with that, we're gonna wrap up. This Saturday, I would like to do a watch along, but I'm gonna toss the option. I want to try something new. We're gonna experiment. It's not going to be a recap watch along. I want to see if anybody who's been watching watch alongs, who's also either a patron or channel member, if they have any specific videos, not politics by the way, but any videos that they'd like for me to watch, stuff that won't get me copyright strict by the way, so I get veto power. Maybe about like what we did for the limited run games. Like that whole teardown of that awful video, like that somebody recommended, and we just spent like 3 hours ripping into it. If you want something similar like that, not necessarily a roast video, but it could be a roast video, then let me know. I will throw it out there on like if we want to do a watch along of stuff like that. And if we don't, then we can still do a watch along of, I think we still have Zero Escape and Danganronpa up on the table. There will not be streams next week because I will not be in town next week. Something on basically a vacation. Closest thing I can get to it because I'm going to be away from home. I'm going to be with friends and I am not going to be actively working on anything. My hope is that I can squeeze out enough labor out of myself to get a recap done for this week and have a filler recap for next week. So you guys, again, I want to really push myself to trying to have a weekly releases. I may not get the deep cuts done in time. They can wait, but I think the recaps themselves, I can scrounge together some. And they won't be Castlevania. We're almost done with that series, by the way. I know some people have no love for the series, and so numbers wise, it's not doing hot at all. I know the people who typically watch recaps are not here for the recaps for Castlevania games. They mostly like the RPGs. But I'm doing it because I like it. This is my channel, damn it. Besides, we're almost done. I still have fun playing and recapping them. I have fun with the alliteration and the references. I have fun playing and talking about it, and then when it's done, we're gonna do a big old. I cannot wait for it. Watch along for this because I absolutely have opinions on rating and discussing the relevancy of certain Castlevania games over others. Because I think the casual community versus the fanbase community, oh boy, I got opinions. I got opinions. And you don't want to miss it, I think, probably. But thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey. If you've been watching since the beginning, all the way to the end, thank you for even sticking around for the post-game side credits discussion. And just thanks for watching the channel, supporting me. I appreciate you guys. I really do. It's I would have done this anyway, no offense, but it is much better to have people here just to talk to. It's I appreciate it. It makes me keep wanting to keep doing more of this. But thank you. And I will catch you guys all on the next Battlefield.